What's up? What's good, fam? Yo, we gonna do another reading today, but this reading is gonna be a little bit different, right? So we're gonna find out what your karmic path is. It's an all sign reading. We're gonna find out what your karmic path is, and we're gonna find out what generational curse is for each sign, right? It varies depending on the family members too that have a lot to do with it. Your ancestors, and even ancient ancestors have caused certain patterns to be introduced into your family line. So we're gonna figure out today what's going on, how you break those patterns and karmic cycles, and break those generational curses. I also want to say that I do personal reads. So anytime you need a personal read, just hit me up. My email is in the descriptions on the videos, and also in the description on my page. So if you check my page, you'll find it. As we know, tarot is a way to give guidance, right? So this video is a video about giving guidance, right? And what you need to do and how to break the patterns and karmic cycles and whatever. So we're not going to get into relationships and none of that today. It's strictly a deep reading. This reading is specifically for your spiritual growth and development. That's it. For you to get better as a person and to heal your family line, to heal your family and break the generational curses. So that's what we're gonna do today. If the reading resonate, y'all hit the like button. You already know that every reading is not gonna resonate for everybody, but once you look at the video and you see what patterns have been introduced into your family, and you look at your family, you'll be able to see the patterns. So you'll know what you need to do in order to break them. So it should resonate for a lot of you all. So I just want to say I appreciate y'all subscribing and being here, and hitting the like buttons and the comments. It's really been good. I really appreciate it. So y'all have a blessed day, and let's get into this reading. Yo, what's up? What's good, fam? What's good? Yeah, we're gonna get a reading in tonight, right? I hope y'all good, and I hope y'all have enjoying your weekend. So this reading is for Sunday, which is 2/8/2026. So what we're gonna do today, this is gonna be a different type of reading. I haven't seen any readers do this type of reading, but this reading is very warranted. People need to know what generational curses are in their family and what type of karmic path that they need to break. A lot of people talk about breaking a karmic cycle, but they don't actually tell them what karmic cycle they need to be breaking. So what we're going to do, we're going to tap in the spirit, and we're going to allow spirit to guide us as to each sign. We're going to start with Aries. It's going to be an all sign reading. We're starting with Aries, and we're going to find out what generational pattern Aries need to break and what karmic cycle Aries need to break. Then we'll go to Cancer, Aries. We'll go through the whole zodiac, So this way it'll help you understand how what actions need to be taken in order for you to break these karmic cycles, and how reincarnation affects your energy. Because when you reincarnate, what a lot of people don't understand is that through reincarnation, we all have to go through the 12 zodiac signs, right? So let's say I'm an Aquarius now, but in this lifetime, but in a past life, I could have been a Leo, or I could have been an Aries, or I could have been a Sagittarius, or a Cancer, or Pisces, or whatever, right? So each one of us have to go through the 12 signs of the zodiac to complete a full cycle, right? Which means that once we master those signs that we have to reincarnate through, we become what they call the Dahan Kohans, right? Masters. That's why you hear people say earth angel. You hear people saying, oh, this person is an earth angel, or that person is an earth angel. An earth angel is considered to be what the ancients call in Sanskrit Dahan Kohan. I think it's Sanskrit. Let me see. Let's see. Dahan Kohans. Okay, shining ones. Okay, yeah, spiritual masters, right? Described as reincarnating or manifesting on earth to guide humanity, right? So ascended masters, those are the Dahan Kohans, right? So they mostly talk about the Dahan Kohans and Buddhism and Hinduism, but each each religion actually believes in the Dayan Kohans, right? But they just call them different things. Like in Christianity, people will say, Jesus was a Dayan Kohan, if they telling a story in India or somewhere like that. But in Christianity, they say, Jesus was the Son of God. He was a master, right? He was a master. That's why he was trained in all the arts and sacred sciences and things like that. That's why his life was missing from the age of 12 or 13 or whatever, right? So because he had gone through the cycles, right? He had gone through all the 12 signs. So that's why the zodiacs are very important, to understand the zodiac signs and understand what are their connections to you. Because when you reincarnate into this life, you bring with you the energy from a past life, right? Which is your karma, right? But you reincarnate into a family that has the same type of energy as yourself. So let's say, for instance, if your energy is high, you can't vibrate into a family that's low vibration. You can't reincarnate into that family that has a low vibration, because you've already ascended past that when you came into this world through the reincarnation phase, right? They call them dispensations, right? And that's why you have the caduceus, the symbol of the caduceus, which is the two serpents and then the wings at the top, because that represents, in the spinal cord, you'll see the rod with the ball on the top. It represents the body, right? It represents the chakra centers, the energy, the kundalini energy within inside of the human body that raises up to a certain level of vibration where the wings, where the human becomes like God. That's why they say, let us make man in our image after our likeness, right? So, and they say, behold, the man has become one of us, because God dwells within each one of us. The Spirit of God is within each one of us. And so that's why it's important to understand the spiritual teachings and understand reincarnation and karma and all of those things, because in order for you to raise up your energy and to break karmic cycles and do the will of God, as they say, you have to understand the energy and how to work with the energy in order to break the karmic cycles and the generational curses. So today we're going to do this reading that's going to show us what needs to be done in order to break the karmic cycle for each sign. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to clear the energy. All right, let's get, I don't like it when it be real quiet. I need something playing in the background because it helps me channel better. All right, so let's go. Spirit guides, ancestor spirits, thank you. All right, Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm. Papa Legba, remove the barrier to the spirit realm so that I can speak to the infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, Loas of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite spirit, archangels, Orishas, guardian angels, ancestor spirits of our highest and greatest good, Loas of our highest and greatest good. I call on you and I ask you to protect us as we channel this energy, as we channel this past life energy, as we channel the energy of each sign and their karmic cycles and their generational curses. Protect us from all negative energy, evil forces, dark entities, any spell, hex, or curse cast against us. Protect us from it. Archangel Michael, protect us from all energies that are not wanted here. Protect us from all energies that does not serve our highest and greatest good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So mote it be. All right, let's get started. All right, spirit guides. We're going to start with Aries. Spirit guides, ancestor spirits of our highest and greatest good. Show us what karmic path, what karmic energy that needs to be broken, or what karmic energy needs to be overcome, or what karmic cycle needs to be ended in Aries' life. Thank you, spirits. All right, spirits, give us one card. Spirits, give us one card for Aries. One card to show us what karmic cycle needs to be broken with Aries, spirits. Spirit, show us which karmic path. Thank you. All right. The card that we get is emotional disconnect. Emotional disconnect. So Aries, you're facing a karmic cycle, a karmic pattern of emotional disconnect, right? Because Aries is a sign of dominance, right? Aries is a sign of dominance, the ram, and the pattern of Aries with emotional disconnect means that you have to learn to be a leader without dominating, because you remove your emotions from a lot of things when it comes to dealing with people, right? You remove your emotions from it because fire can get hot, right? It can get hot. So fire, Aries being a fire sign, is a sign of passion, not so much emotion. It's not a water sign, right? So emotional disconnect means that you need to, the path that you need to tread is a path of learning to balance without being too stern and without being too overburdened with responsibilities that you won't allow your heart to be open to either give or accept true love, right? Because when you're emotionally disconnected, you can't receive true love, or you can't receive the vibration of the energy you need in order to break the karmic cycle. Because Aries is a sign. I took notes because I did this reading earlier. I did it partially in order to see what energies needed to come out, and this is what we're getting, right? Aries is a sign of war, right? Ruled by Mars, right? So emotional disconnect can cause you to be angry, right? Angry, and that's part of your path because of the sign itself is a sign of, because of Mars, right? Anger. So you have to learn to control your anger and to remember that Aries is the sign of, not the sign, but the Aries is the tarot card of the Emperor. And the Emperor can be hard. The Emperor can be very hard because he have an Empress who's soft. So one is hard and one is soft, so it balances, right? So Spirit, show us. Oh, let me shuffle. So Spirit, show us in the cards. Show us in the tarot, spirits. What Aries must do in order to break the generational curse tied to their family bloodline and their karmic cycle. Thank you, spirits. I just said that you need to learn how to not be so angry and not allow anger to cause you to be emotionally disconnected from people. The Justice card, the card of Libra, is balance. And I said that opening your heart, learning to get more into your heart space. So you have your heart and you have your mind, right? If you're a person who don't live much in your heart and you live more in your mind, then the scales are unbalanced because you make more head over heart decisions. And sometimes when we make more head over heart decisions, we make decisions that are not fair to other people or not even fair to ourselves. So, in order for you to make fair decisions, you need to be emotionally connected and not emotionally disconnected. So, that's how you break the karmic cycle and that's how you break the generational curse. Because in your family, because you remember that when you reincarnate into this life, you bring the same energy from a past life, right? So in your family, it could be a family that has a lot of fighting, a lot of anger, a lot of trouble, problems with neighbors, and things like that that has gone on throughout this lifetime that you have to overcome. So being in your heart space will get you out of being in the war zone, right? And it will bring you more balance, right? Boy, I swear, boy, these spirits, but boy, they be telling it. Boy, they tell the truth, boy, they don't tell no lies, boy. Look at this, the Ten of Wands, right? The Ten of Wands is someone who has been burdened, right? They've been burdened. They've gone through all type of trouble in their life, and they've carried a lot of burdens. This is the Ten of Wands, right? So spirits, give us more. Show us what Aries need to do to overcome this Ten of Wands. Man, I swear. Look at this. Two of Cups. Two of Cups. Being emotionally connected. Being emotionally connected, not emotionally disconnected. This is emotional disconnect. This is the karmic path, and this is the generational curse, right? Which a generational curse and a karmic path are two different things, but in this situation, both are combined because when you reincarnated with the old energy from the past life, this is what you brought into the bloodline, which was part of the karmic path and generational curse that your ancestors already have gone through. Two of Cups. So you need to be emotionally connected. Two, balance, right? And if you look at this card, he got two pentacles that's inside of the eight, the figure eight. The figure eight is a symbol of infinity, infinite, right? Infinity. The circles are not broken. He's not throwing a coin up in the air and catching it and throwing another coin up in the air and catching it. He's balancing both coins within inside of the figure eight. And he got 1 foot off the ground, right? So this means balance. And that's what I just said was balance. Balancing the anger with love, or balancing the heart with the mind. Same thing. With passion, right? The King of Wands, right? Doing it with passion, having a passion to do that. So this is the path. This is the path is to get in your heart space, and not think so much in your head to overcome the Ten of Wands, right? The burdens by balancing your life out, and not only balancing your life, but doing it with passion. So that's your key, Aries. So that's what you need to be doing, Aries, in order to break the karmic cycle and break the generational curse. Is now soften up a little bit and deal with people accordingly, and to not be so controlling, dominant, angry because of because of Mars being the ruler or the planet, right? That's in your sign. Yeah. So let me check something. Let me see something right fast. Yeah, let me do something right fast. Yep. And that's exactly what you got to do. That's what you need to do. So that's your sign. That's for you, Aries. So now you know is to now Be a little more compassionate. Come out of that war, and because you're a leader, right? And try not to dominate because of being an emperor. Emperors love to dominate. So and you don't have to do things impulsive or fight to be seen because you're an emperor. All right, so that's what we got for you, Aries. That's the path. That's your karmic path and your karmic cycle that you need to overcome, and which will help you break the generational curse. All right. All right. So we got Aries. Let's see. 1 second. 1 second. Let me check something else. I need to check something real fast. Taurus, what's up, Taurus? Taurus, we're gonna clear the energy. We just did Aries. We're gonna clear the energy. Taurus, we're gonna find out what karmic pattern you have that is a part of or that is linked to your family generational curse, right? So because the generational curse is different from the karmic pattern, but they are closely linked together because when you reincarnate into this world with the same vibration, it affects the family line. So let's see, Taurus, what pattern you need to break, right? And find out what generation or karmic pattern that you need to break in order to break the generational curse. All right, spirits, ancestor spirits, show us what we need to see. Archangel, spirit guide, show us what we need to see for Taurus. All right, Towers. So the pattern that you've seen your family go through, that's a karmic pattern for you, and also for your family line, was a lot of change, right? And you being a fixed sign, a sign that is more about stability, change is something that's been hard for you to go through, right? So the pattern was based on the fact that the pattern is based on the fact that you being a fixed sign and going through a lot of the changes, it upsets the rhythm of what you're trying to do in your life, right? So let's just say it could be anything. It could be anything that you're trying to do in your life, and you keep going through these different changes, different tower moments, a lot of different tower moments, because we got the tower card that came out, right? We got the tower card that came out for you, and a tower card for a fixed sign is a hard thing to overcome, because fixed signs are so used to being stuck in their ways and stable. So change for you is something that you're gonna have to learn to master change, right? When things change, to not be upset about it or to not look at it as a bad thing, but to accept it, because it's a part of your growth. It's a part of not only your growth, but it's a part of your path, right? To overcome the pattern, the karmic pattern, right? So prime example, tower moments only happen for situations that are not for your good, right? So let's just say, for instance, if you're in a situation, you're in a relationship, or you're in something and it does not serve you and it's not for your greater good, a tower moment will come to cause that relationship to go in its separate ways, right? So Taurus, your goal, your job is to reduce the towers, right? By allowing change to happen naturally and not fighting against it. Because when we fight against change, then that's when the tower happened. But we can prevent towers from happening if we know that we need to do something or we need to change something, and then we go ahead and do it without waiting for the universe to create the tower moment for us. So your pattern, your generational pattern is, and you probably saw this in your family too. Maybe your family moved around a lot, right? They moved from one house to another house to this, or from this state to that state to this state to that state. It was always somebody moving, even the whole family. And this could be, you could have, like, prime example, your immediate family moving a lot. And then you have cousins, distant cousins and aunties and uncles and stuff who spread and scattered all out and moving a lot. That's a pattern. That's a generational pattern, right? And it could have came from your ancestors. Maybe your ancestors moved around a lot, right? And they were never stable. But you being a Taurus and being stable, stability is important to you. So when the change comes, when it's time for you to move from one location to another, if you do it without waiting for the universe to create the tower moment, then you can overcome the pattern, because the pattern is not being stable, right? All right, so Spirit, show us more for Taurus. Show us more for Taurus and their generational patterns. What do Taurus need to do to overcome the generational pattern and to break the generational curse? All right, thank you, spirits. Thank you. That's crazy. I just said moving around a lot. Your family could be moving around a lot, and the eight of cups is at the bottom, moving around. So this is a pattern. Not staying still, not being stable. But you as a Taurus love stability, but the pattern is having to break the stability for whatever reason, because the universe breaks your stability by when you think you're safe. So basically what it's saying is that you like to be comfortable, but change is evident, right? And it needs to happen, which affects your stability. But the only way you can overcome having to always go through the tower moments is to learn to accept the change, right? It's to accept the change. That's how you overcome it. So Spirit, show us more. The magician. The magician creates change. Man, I tell you, man, this shit deep. This shit deep, boy. Man, let me tell you something. These cards, Spirit don't lie. They tell you everything that you need to know and what you need to do. The magician creates change. He's a great manifester. So what you need to do is to learn to manifest the change without allowing the tower to affect you, right? So if you have a tower moment, what you do is not worry about the tower moment, but to manifest greatness out of the tower moment. This is what you need to do. Manifest. Or you can manifest change before the tower happens. Spirit, show us more about what Taurus need to do in order. You got the Ten of Swords, right? The Ten of Swords that popped out. The Ten of Swords is an ending, right? Tower is an ending. A tower is an ending. But Ten of Swords represents betrayal too, right? But we're not going to look at it as betrayal in this type of reading, because this is a different type of reading. So the 10 represents ending. Tower represents ending. So it's exactly what I told you needed to do. You need to end things first and to rebuild if you need to before the tower comes and tear everything down, and then you got to rebuild anyway. So your job to overcome the karmic cycle is to manifest endings. for new beginnings for yourself, because Taurus is stable. Taurus don't like change. How you overcome the pattern is to create change. Spirit, show us more. Give us 2 more, spirits, of what Taurus needs to do to break the generational curse. So we already got what you need to do to break the pattern. Now we need to find out how you need to break the curse, the generational curse. Spirit, show us what Taurus need to do to break the generational curse. We got the 2 of Swords here. The 2 of Swords is a card of having to make a choice, a decision, being at a fork in the road, right? Blindfolded. So what Spirit is saying is that you need to learn to make decisions to manifest through faith. Because if you look at her, she got a blindfold on. She can't see nothing. So she have to utilize her intuition and her imagination in order to make a decision that she really can't even see which way to go. So you have to manifest, learn to manifest, and to believe in what you're manifesting. With having blind faith to break a generational curse. Spirits, because you could come from right. And that's crazy. I was just about to say you could come from a family that if they didn't see it happen, they didn't believe it. They were practical people, right? So this is the generational curse. It's not having blind faith. But if I don't see it, I don't believe it. I got to see it to believe it. You could have had ancestors who were like that, who they didn't have blind faith. They didn't believe in blind faith. They believed in, if they saw it and they knew it to be true, they believed it. But until then, they didn't believe nothing. So they found themselves stuck. They found themselves stuck. So that's why Tower moments come. Tower moments come to break the monotony, to break the people being stuck in their ways and comfortable, right? Being stuck and comfortable. The Tower comes to break the comfortability, right? And being stuck. So having blind faith, right, is what Taurus have to do to break the cycle, what manifests to create the karmic cycle, to what manifests to break the karmic cycle, and to have blind faith to break the generational curse. So let's check something. Let me see something, because I took some notes earlier, right? Fear of change. Taurus fears change, right? Not only fear of change, but staying in situations too long. And I said that earlier, staying in situations too long that you shouldn't be staying in, because you need to be manifesting a change, right? Having security without being in control of it, right? Without controlling it. But the magician allows you to do that, to have security, because he's a master of all the elements, but without being in control and without being stuck. So Taurus, this is what we have for you, Taurus. Manifest change so that the tower won't create, so that the universe won't create a tower for you to cause things to be harder for you. That's breaking the cycle. Create an ending, right? Create an ending, breaks the karmic cycle, right? So that a new one can begin. Once you end one cycle, you begin a new one. And to have blind faith so that you won't be stuck in nothing that you do, because your ancestors didn't have blind faith. A lot of them didn't have blind faith. It was the patriarchs and matriarchs of the family line that determined the future of the family. So if there was no faith, strong faith, meaning, and I'm not talking about just Christian faith. I'm talking about, because a lot of Christians, a lot of people who go to church, and I'm not talking about, trying to make a mockery of nobody in their religion or nothing, but a lot of people say they have faith in something and they really don't. I've seen people say that they have faith in God and this and that and that and the other, and 3-4 days later they worrying. You can't worry about something that you have faith in. So if you have faith in God, why worry? So that's your karmic pattern that you have to break, and that is your generational curse that you have to overcome, is to have blind faith, and create change for yourself through manifesting to break the karmic cycle. All right, Taurus, that's what we got for you, Taurus. You have a great day. Thank you very much. If the reading resonates, hit the like button. If the reading don't resonate, then don't hit the like button. But one thing that I will tell you is that if you watch your family and you watch the people that are in your bloodline right now, today, and you look back at your family and you see how many of them truly do not have blind faith, then you'll say, well, goddamn, it's true. You'll see it. Spirit don't lie. They tell you. You just have to accept it. All right. Have a good night, and I thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the reading. Gemini, what's up, Gemini? What's good, Gemini? Gemini, we're gonna do a reading tonight. We're gonna check and see what your karmic path, which karmic patterns you're repeating, and what type of generational curse you need to break, right? So you'll see the patterns when Spirit show us what the pattern is. If you sit back and you think about it, or you look at your past, your life, you'll be able to see the pattern, and you'll see the generational curse pattern too that needs to be broken. You'll look back and say, well, damn, my grandma used to do that, or my granddaddy used to do that, or my great-great-grandma did this, or my great-great-grandma, and then my mom did it, and then, or whatever. You'll be able to see it clearly. So we're going to ask Spirit what needs to be done we're going to ask Spirit what the pattern is, and what needs to be done in order to break it. All right, so let's go. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to clear the energy. I'm going to clear the energy. All right, Spirit, show us what we need to see. Our change of spirit, guys, ancestral spirits of our highest and greatest good. Lords of our highest and greatest good. Orishas, show us what we need to see for Gemini. Show Gemini what kind of karmic pattern they need to break in order to break the generational curse. Thank you, spirits. All right, Gemini, let's go. Spirits, give us one card to show us what pattern, karmic pattern, that Gemini needs to break. It's too many cards, Spirit. It's too many cards. Spirit, give us one card, Spirit, to show us what pattern Gemini needs to break. It's too many cards, Spirit. Spirits keep trying to give us two. It might be two. Gemini is a twin, two personalities, so it may be two. Spirits keep giving us two cards, so it may be two patterns that you need to break, Gemini. If we get two again, I'm gonna keep them. Spirits, show us what pattern Gemini needs to break. All right. Toxic environments. Gemini, you need to break the pattern of being in toxic environments, toxic jobs, toxic employment. That's the card that came out, which is your job is a toxic environment and you must find other employment. So Gemini, your pattern is moving from one toxic job to another toxic job to another toxic job to another toxic job. So your pattern needs to be broken by finding employment that spirit guides you to, right? Because so tapping into your intuition more in order to allow spirit to guide you to the right job, because you keep getting in jobs that are toxic, right? So spirit, this could come from, this could be a part of the ancestral curse, generational curse pattern also as well. Maybe your ancestors, they always work from job to job, job to job, and they were always toxic environments and getting into it with the managers and the bosses and people in the job or whatever. If you look back at your family and look at, okay, which of my family members, how many of my family members stayed on a job for a long time or didn't get fired and they retired and, so forth, right? If you look at it, look back at your at the generational pattern of your family, you'll see what, if that's the pattern, the spirit is saying toxic jobs, right? So we'll find out with the tarot what you need to do to overcome this toxic pattern, right? This karmic pattern. That's a karmic pattern, right? So 8 of Pentacles or something like that comes out. Because Gemini, what I get for you is on the job, a lot of secrecy, gossiping. On the jobs, toxic jobs, toxic environments, a lot of gossiping, stuff like that. Also, double lives, like having being in toxic environments and showing people one side, but it's another side of the Gemini. And the environment becomes toxic, where it's already toxic, but because you know it's toxic, you don't really want to show them your true self. So you live a double life, or either 2 relationships, a relationship on the job, or you know what I'm saying, which can be a toxic issue, right? It could be a toxic issue if you're on a job and then you have a relationship on a job and then you have somebody else on the side somewhere else. Could cause toxicity, could be toxic, in the job, on the job, in the environment. So let's just find out what spirits say, though. I don't want to say too much. I want to let spirits talk. Spirits guide us and give us information to show Gemini what they need to do to overcome the toxic job patterns, not only the toxic job pattern, but the karmic patterns repeating themselves of being in toxic jobs. Yeah, and it's stressful too. We got the 9 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. All right, Spirit, show us what Gemini needs to do to overcome this toxic job environment. This to overcome this toxic karmic pattern. All right, thank you, spirits. Judgment. We got the Judgment here that popped out, right? Calling judgment. You need to start calling judgment. You need to, when you see something that needs to, when you see, okay, this is a toxic environment, I need to get the fuck away from here, I need to go, right? Then you need to put it in your head right then, let me start looking for somewhere else, right? Because it's just going to get worse, right? And then you're going to hate your job, and when you're hating your job, then you emotionally unbalanced, right? You're emotionally unbalanced, and it causes an emotional inconsistency, right? Spirit, show us more. All right. Yeah, you got the Leo card that popped out. Strength, right? So what you need to do is be strong enough to call judgment. You need to be strong enough to, damn, man. Wow. I said you need to cause judgment and say, let me motherfucking get the fuck away from here. I just said that. Death. The death card popped out. So Spirit is saying that you need to put an end to a toxic environment by calling judgment. But you need to be strong enough to do it and to have faith in God that everything gonna be all right. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, Spirits, give us one more. Spirits, wait a minute. Spirits, what do Gemini need to do to overcome the generational curse? It's too many cards, Spirit. It's too many cards. Too many cards, Spirit. Spirit, show us what Gemini needs to do to overcome the generational curse. Thank you, Spirits. Hierophant. The Hierophant. The Hierophant represents God in certain situations. When you have an angel and you have the Hierophant that pops out at the same time in the same spread, this represents God. But if you pull the Hierophant card in, let's say, a love reading, it represents marriage, right? Or if you put it in any other reading, the surrounding cards will tell you what the Hierophant represents in the spread. In this spread, because we have the angel, right? The angel Gabriel blowing a trumpet. And then you have the death card ending a cycle. You have to be strong enough to put all your faith and trust in God that you're going to find a better position that's not going to be toxic for you. And I just said that too because I say, you know, God will put you in an environment, will find an environment to put you in that's not toxic, right? Or something like that. I said, I can't remember verbatim what I said because when I'm channeling messages and I'm reading the cards, I can't always remember verbatim what's being said because spirits talk through me and the cards. So, because the energy that I pick up. So this is what you have to do to overcome the karmic path, to overcome the toxic cycle, which is a pattern, right? A karmic pattern and a generational curse, is to put an end to, start calling judgment, relying on God, and being strong enough to put an end to the toxicity in the work environment. So that's what we have for you. That's what we have for you, Gemini. You're gonna have to be strong and put your faith and trust in God and believe nothing in nothing else but in the Spirit, the Holy Spirit's in God, you know, to help you overcome this toxic pattern. And that'll break the generational curse. So yeah, that's what we have for you, Gemini. Gemini, if the reading resonate, hit the like button. If the reading doesn't resonate, which this type of reading is a different type of reading. So all you have to do is look back at the patterns, your family patterns, and then look at your pattern. If it resonate, hit the like. If it doesn't resonate, then leave it for somebody else. Every reading is not for everybody. But this is, like I said, this is a different type of reading. So it's just for all signs, you know. All right, that's what we got for you, Gemini. You have a great day and a good night or whatever. And I hope you enjoyed the reading. And if you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, Cancer. Let's get to it, Cancer. Let's find out what's going on. We need to find out what type of pattern, karmic pattern that you have, what you're going through, what cycle you keep repeating. We're gonna find out what the pattern is, how to break it. We're gonna ask spirits how to break it, and we're gonna find out what your generational curse is and how to break it. So we're going to tap into the energy. I'm going to clear the energy first and let spirits guide us what to do. All right. Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm, Papa Legba, so that I can speak to the infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, Loas of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa Legba. All right. Infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, Loas of my highest and greatest good. Clear the energy and protect us from all evil spells, hexes, curses, all negative energy. Protect us as we channel this past life energy and as we channel this karmic generational curse energy. Protect us all, spirit. Protect me and protect the collective. Protect the viewers. So more to be. All right, Cancer. So Cancer. We're going to first start out with one oracle card. Wow, that's crazy. The card just flew over there. Huh. That's crazy. That card that just came out, I'm going to put it back, though, but it says, believe in yourself and build confidence. Believe in yourself and build confidence, but I'm going to put it back and continue to shuffle. We're going to see if it come out again. That was a sign. So let's see what spirits got to tell us. All right, spirit guides, ancestor spirits. Show us what we need to see for Cancer. What is Cancer's karmic cycle? What is Cancer's or past life karmic pattern? Give us one card, spirits. Give us one card to show us what Cancer's karmic pattern is that they need to break. Well, that's two. That's too many, spirits. Give us one. Spirits, give us one card, spirits. That's too many. That's two cards. All right, spirits, give us one, spirit. We only need one. We only need one card, spirit. Give us one card. Spirits, give us one card, spirit. Let's see what Cancer. Spirits keep giving us two, man. I better take them, man. It's a reason. It's a reason spirits keep giving us two. So I'm going to take both of them. No, that's three. I'm going to put them back. Put them back. All right. Spirits, give us one, spirits. Give us one to show us Cancer's. Spirits keep giving us two. I got to take it. There's two. All right. Past life karmic enemies in your family. You must break the generational curses to defeat your enemies so you won't reincarnate with them again. All right, so Cancer, you have an issue with karmics in your family. The pattern is every time you reincarnate into a family, you have enemies that keep following you to every lifetime in order to try and either stop you from ending a karmic cycle or stop you from reaching your destiny, right? So the second card says self-sabotaging and causing wishes to be delayed. Surrender to the will of God and the universe, then your wishes will be granted. This is what we have for the second card. Cancer, you're the only sign that came out that had two cards that came out for the patterns, right? So you have two patterns in your life that needs to be broken, right? So one of them is enemies in your family, and the other one is self-sabotaging and causing wishes to be delayed. So you can't self-sabotage when you believe in something. When you say something and you put your mind to it, You have to believe that it's going to happen. It's part of your manifestations, because anytime you don't believe it, or you question it, you sabotage. You self-sabotage. So let's see about this past life karmic enemies in your family. Yeah, so yeah, could be the matriarchs of your family, the matriarchs, the ones who, the elders, maybe they, the way they treated you growing up. Some of you all, you would see a pattern. You would see a pattern for how their mother treated them, or how their grandmother treated them, how your mother treated you, and so forth. You'll see the pattern, right? All right, so let's see how can you break this pattern? Spirit, show us what Cancer needs to know to break the karmic enemies in their family pattern. How can they break the pattern, spirits? Show us. Well, I be damned. The Six of Swords. The Six of Swords. So Spirit is saying move away from your family. Move away from your family. The ones that are karmics. Move away from them. You'll know they're karmics because for some reason they don't like you, or you the black sheep of the family, and everybody always point the finger at you like you the one always wrong or whatever. You have to move away from them. So you move away from them and establish a life on your own, far away from them. And your kids and your grandkids and all of them, you raise them differently than the family that raised you. So, Spirit, show us more on what Cancer needs to do. So you said they need to move away. They need to move away from the family. All right, we got two that popped out. One is the World card. The World represents travel. The World represents travel, foreign lands and foreign countries and things like that. And you have the Six of Swords. So that's two cards that's clarifying movement, right? And the World card could also mean ending a cycle. So if you move away from them, you close the cycle and start a new cycle. All right. So, and then you have the Seven of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles is reaping what you sow. So he's reaping the harvest of what he's sown. So Spirit is saying move away from them. And I just said that. I said move away and start a life on your own, far away from them, and take your kids and put into them. You pour into your kids and your grandkids, and you build the family all over again. Well, not all over again, but you build your family, your immediate family. You build them differently, and you teach them differently than your parents and your grandparents or whatever who was stuck in this past life enemy karmic cycle. You raise them differently, so you have to move away from them, right? And you will reap the benefits of moving away from them and going to, whether it's a foreign land, a different land, or a different city, or a different location away from them, far away from them. You'll reap the benefits of it, right? Because that's what the Seven of Pentacles is reaping the benefits of it. All right, so spirits, give us one more card. But you can't self-sabotage. So when you decide that you are gonna move away from them, what you got to do is move away from them and not turn around and come back because they say they miss you or they love you or whatever. That's a self-sabotaging behavior, to go back to them knowing that they never meant you any good anyway. So, and then you go back to them, you self-sabotage your plans to raise your family different and to break this karmic cycle. All right, Spirits, give us one card to show Cancer what they need to do to end the generational curse. Once you do this, this will end the generational curse, but I want Spirits to give us a card, because this is a pattern right? This is a karmic pattern, but the generational curse is the enemies in the family. All right, Spirit, show us one more. Give us the High Priestess. You got the High Priestess. I'm not taking reversals in this type of reading. So you have the High Priestess. So Spirit is saying use your intuition, because your intuition will help you guide you on the right path, right? So that you won't self-sabotage. Your intuition is going to prevent you from self-sabotaging, because your intuition is going to guide you in the direction that you need to go in order to break the karmic pattern and the generational curse. So that's what we have for you, Cancer. It's a clear reading, and as you know, the reading is not going to resonate for everybody, but it's going to resonate for somebody. So for those of you that it does resonate with, hit the like button. If it resonates, if it doesn't resonate, then leave it for somebody else. And once again, I appreciate you all for being here. So this is what we got for you, Cancer. So your karmic pattern is being reincarnated into families that are past life enemies, and self-sabotaging. So that's the patterns, the self-sabotaging, the generational curses, past life karmic enemies in your family, and self-sabotaging behavior is the pattern. So you got to move away from it, and build your family away from the ones that were of the old, so that you can actually begin to benefit from establishing a whole new life somewhere else. All right, Cancer, that's what we got that's what we got for you. You have a great day. I appreciate you for being here, and be blessed and enjoy your day. Peace. Leo, what's up, Leo? What's good, Leo? Leo, what's happening? We're gonna change. We're gonna matter of fact, let me clear the energy. Let's clear the energy right fast, Leo. Let's clear the energy. All right, Leo. What we're gonna do, Leo? We're gonna find out what past life karmic pattern you've brought into this life, what you need to do to break it, and what is the generational curse in your family that you need to break, and how it can be broken. So we're gonna channel spirits. Papa Legba, open the road. Papa Legba, thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite Spirit, Orishas, Archangel, Spirit Guides, Ancestor Spirits of my highest and greatest good. I ask you, Ancestor Spirits of my highest and greatest good, Loas and Orishas, to protect us as we channel the energy for Leo. Protect me as I channel the energy, past life karmic energy, and past life curses, generational curses. I ask you to protect me from all evil spells, hexes, curses, all negative energies, evil influences, all demonic forces. Protect me and protect the collective. Protect Leo from any evil spells, hexes, curses, negative energies, evil entities, dark forces, demonic forces. Protect us from all evil eye. Protect us from everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Archangel Michael, thank you. All right. We're going to see what the karmic pattern is and how to break it. And then we're going to see what the karmic generational curse is and how to break it. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is going to look at the pattern, and we're going to pull one oracle card for the opening, and then we'll do tarot to find out about the path and the patterns and the curse. All right, spirits, show us what Leo patterns, karmic pattern is. All right. Someone has done spell work to block your love life. Your love life is blocked. Your love life is blocked. So, Leo, you face a karmic pattern of people casting spells against you. You face a karmic pattern. You brought this pattern into this life. So every lifetime that you reincarnate into, you have an issue with people casting spells against you. Yeah, yeah. And they cast spells against you to block your love life because they know that Leo is a very attractive sign because the sun rules Leo. The sun rules Leo and the sun draws in everything to it, right? It draws everything to it. So people can see the radiance of the sun, the splendor of the sun in the sign of Leo because of how Leo carry themselves in a bright light, right? So when they see that, they envy that. They jealous of that because they know that you can attract anything or anybody because you have strong manifestation powers. So they start to do work on your love life and wish against your love life. And the thing is that spell work is not only lighting candles and doing rituals, ritual work. It doesn't just include ritual work. It also includes people wishing in their minds against you. You got to realize that the mind, the body holds something magical within it, right? Which is the mind. And you can think something long enough or wish something in your mind long enough and it'll happen. So if somebody's just constantly focusing on you and wishing you bad luck and wishing you never find your true mate and wishing you trouble in love and all of that, then that's a spell, right? That's why they say words are, you spell a word out, right? Spelling, right? It's the same thing. Words are power. And that's why you can cast spells with words alone and you don't need a candle or herbs or none of that. Some people naturally have the ability to speak it into existence and it happens. So that's casting a spell against somebody when it's evil, when there's negative intentions behind it. So that's your karmic pattern that you go through, that you've gone through, and part of your generational curse too. So let's just say if you look back at your family members, and you look back at your great-grandmother, your great-great-grandmother, or your grandmother, you look at their relationships and say, okay, you can see, and you be like, you know what, damn, like, my grandma and my granddaddy didn't stay together that long. Like they got a divorce and my grandma was by herself for a long time or whatever, right? And like their relationships never worked. That's because that's a pattern that came from you coming into the world, but not only you, but it started before you. Because when we reincarnate, the issue is that when you reincarnate into a family with the same energy as yourself, right? So if this family has been having marital issues and problems long before you came into the world, and your energy from a past life also consists of that, you'll also reincarnate into that family that had those marital problems and marital issues, or relationship issues, because you have the same energy as that family. So you'll reincarnate into that family. That's how reincarnation works. You can't, if you're, like I told another sign, if you high vibration, you can't reincarnate into a family that's low vibration, right? So you'll reincarnate into a family that have the same challenges and the same obstacles and the same problems as you had in a past life. That's how it works. So spirits, show us and guide us, spirit, on what to do to break this karmic pattern and generational curse. What do Leo need to do to break this karmic pattern and generational curse? This karmic pattern of their love life being blocked due to spell work. So how can Leo overcome this pattern and heal this generational curse? How can Leo overcome and heal this generational curse of problems in love through spell work? All right, spirits, give us 3 spirits. moon. The moon is a sign of intuition. Not only is it a sign of intuition, it's a sign of something hidden, right? But it also represents Pisces too, right? So the moon. Let's see what else we get. Spirits, give us two more, spirits. Give us two more. Thank you, spirits. You got the moon and the star. And Leo is ruled by the sun. So that's all the splendor of the heavens. The moon, the star, and the sun together, right? Because Leo is ruled by the sun, so the sun is present in your sun sign, right? You got the star. So the star is a card of healing, right? It's the card of Aquarius, but it also represents a card of healing, right? So, and then you got the Six of Wands here. The Six of Wands is the card of victory, but it's the card of being in the limelight and being in the open and receiving praise for being in the open, which the moon is something hidden, right? But the star comes out, and then the six of wands comes out. So spirit is saying to heal your inner child and to magnify your energy, right? Because the star, if you notice, right, water gives life. He's pouring water out on the ground, and then the star is above his head, and then you have 7 other stars. So it represents 8 stars, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the star in the middle represents 8 stars. 8 is the number of abundance, but it's also the sign of infinity, right? So what spirit is saying to overcome the blockages and overcome the spell work is to go within, right? What's hidden, right? Your moon sign. If you go and look at your moon sign and see what your moon sign is, you could use your moon sign, because the moon sign is the sign that is a part of your genetic makeup that people don't see, right? But only you can see the characteristics you carry in your moon sign. So spirit is saying to utilize your moon sign. Find out what your moon sign is if you can. And the way you find out what your moon sign is to calculate your chart if you know the time of birth, right? You have to find out what the time of birth is. It may be on your birth certificate and it may not. It depends on how old you are, because the newer birth certificates, they stopped putting the time on them. But one time they had the time of birth or on the birth certificate, or you can find out from your mother. Go into, find out what your moon sign is, and utilize your moon sign to go within to conquer, because that's what the Six of Wands is, to conquer your enemies and those who are doing spell work on you by healing. Because once you heal and raise your vibration, then the spell work can no longer affect you. It can no longer affect you, because spell work is done, when spell work is done to harm you or to hurt you, spell work is done from a low vibration. You can't utilize high energy. You can't call on high energy to do a low vibration work, right? So anytime you're doing spell work from a low degree, that's all the dark stuff, right? That's why they said that you have light and darkness, right? And the body is split into two. One side is the dark side and one side is the light side. That's why they say God dwell at my right hand, right? Because the right side of the 12 cranial nerves on the right side of the brain is the side of the brain that is the one that protects the body, right? The left side, the 12 cranial nerves on the left side, is the part of the body that receives, right? So that's why they say you give with your left and you receive with your right. So the left side of the body is the left side is the negative, the right side is the positive, and then you split in two here. So the upper part is heavens and the lower part is hell. So that's why they said that when you start to when you use more of your lower self, right, which is the lower ego, you got the lower ego, the upper ego, and then the heart, which represents the id, or the mediator between the lower self and the higher self, right? Going into your moon sign will teach you how to balance the energy and how to raise the energy up from a low vibration from here, from the lower vibration upwards, right? That's why the chakra, the lowest chakra, is called the root chakra, because it is the lowest chakra in the body, and it represents grounding, right? But in order to master the energy within the body, you need to understand certain parts of your body. You need to understand certain energies that go in and out, that comes in through this side, right, and it goes out through that side, right? So you have to learn how to once you heal. That's why healing is so important, right? And that's why healing is so important. And water, as I said, is the bringer of life, right? Your body carries 65% water, which is all energy, right? And it helps to balance the fire energy and the air energy and the earth energy within inside of your body. We all have fire, water, earth, air within inside of us. Spirit, which is in the north part of man's mind, which is in the north part of man's body, which is the subconsciousness, right? Or super consciousness. Some people say super consciousness. It is God. It is what we call God. It's the energy that manifests, the energy that causes things to go into action. You have the atom, and then you have the atom, which has a neutral point. It has a positive and a negative point. So healing allows you to be in the neutral, right, which balances the positive and the negative, right? So then you have a victory to overcome the karmic pattern that you have in your life through people doing spell work on you. So you can naturally overcome spell work without having to light a candle, or without having to do any reversal work or any banishing work or anything like that. You can naturally do it if you raise your energy high enough. But raising your energy is not something that's easy, because what you have to do is you have to cut off people, places, and things that no longer serve you. But not only cut off people, places, and things that no longer serve you, but you have to do a lot of energy cleanses, right? Because anytime you lay down and you have sex with somebody or whatever, you pick up their energy. Anytime you shake somebody's hand, you pick up their energy. Anytime you let somebody in your space or in your environment, you pick up their energy. So you have to always constantly cleanse your energy to keep your energy balanced, right? So that you won't. And if you're a psychic, or you're somebody who read tarot, or you're somebody who's, even if you don't read tarot, or you're not psychic, if you're somebody who's an empath, then you can pick up people energy, and they can be way on the other side of the world. Or it could be people who constantly think about you or whatever, and you picking up their energy, all of their energy that you start picking up. And that's why it's like me, I always constantly cleanse my energy, because even doing tarot, I'm picking up a lot of energy, and channeling and everything else is a lot of energy, right? And so you have to cleanse your energy, keep your energy cleansed. And once you keep your energy cleansed, then you cut people off who no longer serve you. Then your energy, then you start vibrating at a higher level. You start vibrating at a higher level. You start going out and doing grounding work. You start walk around outside with your shoes off. Go to the beach, plant your feet in the sand, and visualize your feet becoming roots into the ground to help ground yourself. I wear crystals, right? This right here, this chain, these beads are Rudrakska. They come from the Himalaya mountains, right? They come from the Himalaya mountains, and they're very powerful beads. They call it Rudrakska, right? Rudrakska, India. The people in India, they understand these beads. They utilize these beads, mala beads, with 102 beads on it, right? For prayer work, but and with the tassel at the bottom, because the tassel hangs down to the navel. The navel cord is a portal, and that's where spirits attached to you at. So, and I also wear chakra beads, right? I also wear chakra beads. These beads are all colors for every chakra, and it has the tassel at the bottom. So to keep myself grounded, it's got tiger's eye on it. The red beads at the bottom is a grounding bead. These beads help keep me grounded. So you have every chakra in this chain, right? So when I can't get out, and when I'm in and I'm channeling, I need to have protection around me. So the Rudrakska protects you from anybody doing spell work on you, right? Anybody that's sending any spell work, this right here, right? It clears your aura. It clears your aura, and if you do research on Rudrashka, right? You'll find out that, and that's what this bracelet is too, a Rudrashka bracelet. But I also wear other crystals too in order to keep me grounded. But so you may have to get some type of grounding crystals or something if you can't get out as much, to help you start healing, so that you can overcome this pattern of spell work being done on you, right? All right, so Spirit, show us what Leo needs to do to break the karmic. God is good, boy. Spirits are good. Look what flipped over in my hand. The magician. The magician just flipped over in my hand. And I was asking spirits what to do to break the karmic, the generational curse. And spirits popped the magician out. So, and what I was just telling you about learning how to manifest, or learning how to utilize the energy within, and how to go within and use your moon sign, right? Use your moon sign to help you heal, right? And to raise your energy. Once you raise your energy, you become a true magician, because you learn how to utilize fire, water, earth, air, and spirit. I just said fire, water, earth, air, and spirit, and that's what the 5-point star represent. The magician had a 5-point star on the table with the dagger and the chalice on the table, and he got the wand in his hand, and he got a figure 8 above his head, right? Infinity, right? Because the magician, being so powerful, the magician knows how to tap into all of the elements in order to not only manifest, but to control the energy, either in a positive way or in a negative way. If the magician is in the reverse, then he's a dark witch. But if he's a dark magician, right? Or dark warlock. But if he's in the upright, then he's a light worker, right? And so once you learn how to not manifest, but which manifestation is a part of it, because that's what the magician is a part of manifestation. But once you learn how to manage your energy and how to balance your energy out, then you'll start being able to manifest on a greater level. And like I said before, once you raise your energy, low vibration spell work can't affect you anymore. So that's what's very important, because then you close the cycle. Not only do you close the karmic cycle, but you end the generational curse. It stops with you. So, and that's the thing. Once you overcome these love challenges that you have in your life, which is generational and karmic at the same time, this pattern, then yeah, nobody can touch you with any kind of spell work. No spell work or nothing can touch you. But that's beautiful how that magician just popped out like that with the star. The beauty of it is the 6 of Wands, the star, and the magician, and then the moon. And the thing about it is, with this moon card, you have the 2 pillars. You have the 2 pillars on the side of the moon. You have Joshin and Boaz. If you look at it, it's 2 pillars. Joshin and Boaz, those are the same 2 pillars that are on the High Priestess card. Joshin and Boaz. And if you go in the Bible and you look at Joshin and Boaz, you'll find out what they represent. One is dark and one is light. One is positive and one is negative. And that's the balance. That's the beauty of being able to understand what energy is, and knowing how to balance the energy. So that's what we got for you, Leo. It's a great read. Yeah, so now you know what the problem is with you in your love life, is that people attack you in your love life through magic. So you have to break that karmic cycle and break that pattern of going through that over and over and over and over again. It's like you can't keep a lover, because every time you get in a love relationship and people see you happy, they send some shit at you to break up spells and all of that type of shit. So this is what you have, Leo. All right, Leo. Well, I hope the reading resonate. Hit the like button, and if it doesn't, then you already know, leave it for somebody else. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Peace. Virgo, what's up, Virgo? Let's see what we got for you, Virgo. We're going to find out today, Virgo. We're going to see what past life patterns you've brought into this life You'll be able to see the patterns too. Once you look back at your life, you'll be like, damn, that shit used to happen to me over and over and over and over again. It's a karmic pattern. It's a past life karmic pattern that you got to break, because it ends. That's the cycle. You need to break the cycle, and that connects to the generational curse in your family too. Because when you're born into this world, you're born into this world in a certain vibration, a certain energy, through reincarnation. So when you reincarnate into this life, right? And for those who don't believe in reincarnation, if you go to Matthew 11:11, it says, for those that are born of a woman, there has not risen a greater than John the Baptist. He that is within the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. It says, from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence. And if ye will receive this, this was Elias, which was forth to come. Right? So in the Bible, it talks about John the Baptist being the spirit of Elias that was reincarnated as John the Baptist. All you got to do is go read it and pay attention to what's being said. They talk about reincarnation in the Bible for those who believe in the Bible. But every race, and not race, but every culture has believed in reincarnation, because they understand that you can't have karma without reincarnation. You can't have dharma. Karma is the bad, dharma is the good. So you reap what you sow, right? So you reap the dharma if you sowed good karma. Right? So if you did good things, then you reap good dharma, right? If you did bad things, then you reap bad karma. That's simple as that. That's how it goes. But you can't have reincarnation without karma. But it says, it talks about it all through every nation who has talked about their religious beliefs in certain doctrines and things like that. If you every nation, even Chinese, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, all of them have some form of reincarnation within it, and you just have to go and read it and study it. But so we're gonna find out what the generational curse is that's linked to your path, right? Because if you, let's say, for instance, in every life that you come into, you are, let's say every life you come into, you have a problem with neighbors, right? But if you can't remember your past life, you wouldn't understand it. You wouldn't know why every time I move, I'm getting into it with neighbors. That's a pattern, right? And your family members could have also gone through had that same problem, which could have came from your great-great-grandmother or somebody like that. Maybe they had some enemies that lived next door to them, or neighbors or whatever, and it was always fighting with the neighbors or whatever. But those are patterns, and those are generational curses. So we're going to find out what your generational pattern is and how to break it, and what the generational curse is and how to break it. All right, so what I'm going to do, Virgo, first is I'm going to clear the energy, because we just did Leo. I need to clear the energy. All right, we're going to clear the energy. So, all right, let's see. All right, spirit guides, ancestors, spirits of my highest and greatest good, Lords and Orishas, protect us as we channel this past life energy for Virgo, as we channel this karmic generational curse. Protect us as we channel the energy. Protect us from all negative energy, evil forces, dark entities, demonic forces, anything that does not serve our highest and greatest good. Protect us, Archangel Michael. Thank you very much. Protect us, ancestors. Thank you very much. So may it be. All right, let's go. Spirit guides, ancestors, spirits of my highest and greatest good, show us what Virgo's karmic path is. Spirit, show us what the karmic path is for Virgo spirits. Show us what the karmic path is for Virgo. What is their karmic pattern? What is their karmic pattern? That's too many spirits. Show us what Virgo's karmic pattern is and what they need to do to break it. But show us the pattern first, spirits, and the generational curse. What is it, spirits? Spirit, show us the karmic pattern for Virgo spirits. It's two. You got two. I'm not going to take both of those. I need to put them back. It's too many. I only need one, Spirit. Give us one, Spirit. Just one card. There we go. All right. So, your karmic pattern is being repeated because of the energy, negative energy, negativity, thinking negative, having negative people around you, not being able to build up positive energy, because every time you're trying to build up positive energy, it's like people are draining you, right? The card that came out was a Palo Santo card, and that's weird, but it says, burn Palo Santo to give you positive energy. Palo Santo will help you fight against negative energies and negative thoughts, right? So this is a sign, right, that your pattern is dealing with negative energy, not being able to raise your vibration high enough to obtain a lot of positive energy so that things can manifest in your life just like that, right? So that's a karmic pattern, right? Anytime a card like this comes out that says, it actually tells you what to do at the same time as telling you what the pattern is, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to get tarot spirits guide us and give us more information on why Virgo, on what Virgo needs to do to break the pattern of negative energy lingering in their life through karmic cycles, because that's what it is. It's negative energy that's lingering in your path through karmic cycles. So karmic cycle after karmic cycle after karmic cycle is like people, the same type of people, you're attracting the same type of people to you, right? Prime example. You're attracting the same type of people to you, and they're always negative people who are not optimistic, people who don't think on a higher level of vibration, on a high vibration. These are people that are negative, and what they doing is because they know that you have positive energy, right? Virgo is ruled by Venus, right? Venus is the planet of love. It's the planet of love and the planet of beauty, right? So it's a positive energy, right? Venus has a positive energy that it bestows upon Virgo. So, but Virgo, if Virgo is not around a whole lot of positive people, then the people who you are around, they suck the energy and the life out of you from, which is given to you from your planet Venus. Just positive energy, beauty, love, romance, positive energy, right? So the Palo Santo card is telling you to build up your energy by keeping your place cleansed, right? Keeping your place cleansed, keeping your house, your home cleansed, keeping your body cleansed, because people are tapping into your energy and they're draining your energy. So that's your karmic pattern. Your karmic pattern is people tapping into your energy, draining your energy, draining the positive energy from you. So you need to keep building positive energy, and you need to either cut people off, right, or get away from people who you know that drains your energy. And even if you're on the phone with them and they call you and they talking to you about some negative shit, you can't start entertaining it, because if you start entertaining it, then you giving them your positive energy, because they're giving you their negative energy. And that's how it happens, is that in order for one has to replace the other, right? So let's say, for instance, there's supposed to be a balance, but let's say this person is way down here vibrationally, you way up here vibrationally. So when they drain your energy, they bringing you all the way back down here, and they slowly doing this. They slowly doing this, right? Until they've sucked all your positive energy, and now you're seeing things happen good for them that should be happening for you. So what they're doing is they manifesting off of your positive energy, right? They're manifesting off of your positive energy. So that's why it's a karmic pattern too. And that's why Palo Santo will help you fight against negative energies and negative thoughts, because once they start tapping into your energy and they start talking negative around you all the way, always constantly talking negative around you and doing negative things around you, and then you start entertaining it, then it's draining your positive energy, right? And then you start having negative thoughts. You start getting the energy that they had. So the Palo Santo will protect you from it. So Spirit is telling you that that's what you need to do, is start protecting your energy. Protect your energy will help you break the karmic pattern, and it'll help you overcome the karmic cycle. Yeah. It'll help you overcome the karmic cycle. And so the generational curse, right, which is closely associated with your karmic path or karmic patterns, if you look back in your family, and you see that people in your family, like prime example, we people from the hood, like we from the hood, but we go around our family and it seems fun when we're around them, but then when we're younger, but then as we get older, we start saying, damn, boy, they was toxic as fuck. Like, god damn, they was toxic. Especially when we start elevating spiritually and mentally and emotionally, we start elevating and we start looking back at our family. It was like, damn, like, and we'd be like, damn, man. Like my cousins and them, and like all them motherfuckers, they toxic as fuck. Like, goddamn, I can't even be around them unless they want to argue with each other and shit. They start drinking, and then next thing you know, they drinking and they want to fight and argue, and you know what I'm saying? They talking about, I fuck a bitch up and I do this, and da 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 da. All that shit is toxic shit. You know what I'm saying? And we'll look at it, once you look back at your family and you see that, when you start to raise your vibration and raise your energy, you realize that that's a karmic generational curse. It's a generational curse, right? It's to, when you have people in your family like that, and then the grandkids end up being like that. The grandma was like that. The granddaddy was like that. Your mama was like that. Then you was like that, and then your kids was like that, or whatever the case may be. That's a generational curse of being around too much negativity, being around a lot of negative people, and a negative karma that's attached to that generational curse, which is also attached to your karmic path. Yeah, so you gotta be positive. So in order for you to break this path, this karmic cycle, in order for you to break the karmic cycle and to break the generational curse, you gotta be the one that's be more positive out of everybody else in the family. You gotta be positive, and you gotta speak positivity into the family, and speak positivity into the kids, and teach them how to not dwell on negative things. If something bad happened, when they become teenagers and stuff like that, you have to teach them, like, man, that ain't the end of the world. Okay, that happened, but how can you fix that? What can you do to make things better for you? You think positive, and be optimistic with them, and you start teaching them how to be optimistic. That's how you break the karmic generational curse. That's what your path is, Virgo. Your pattern and your path. Your path is to break the curse by being positive. All right? So, all right, spirit guides, ancestral spirits of my highest and greatest good, show Virgo what they need to do to break this karmic pattern and generational curse. Give us 3 spirits. I just said the past, and the 6 of Cups came out, which is the past, right? And in this card, the 6 of Cups is a card of positivity, right? It's a card of somebody giving somebody else a cup, right? And it's a flower in the cup, right? So he's giving her a cup with a flower in it, and the flowers are all around, and it's love there. You can see the love and the happiness there, right? All right, and then you got the 6 of Cups, and then you got the 7 of Pentacles, right? So, and that's just what I just said. I just said to teach the kids how to be more positive. That's in that they will be, once you start teaching them how to be positive, they'll carry that on. So reaping what you sow, right? So you plant the seed into the kids, and you sit and water it, and it'll grow, right? And then you start creating a chain of positive events into the life of yourself and your family, and then people you will break the curse. You'll break the pattern and break the curse. Spirits, give us more. Give us. Thank you, spirits. Yep. Okay. Now, the Ace of Wands, right? People use the Ace of Wands in tarot as a card of passion and a card of sex or whatever because it looks like a phallus. But if you look at the Ace of Wands has flowers on it that's budding, right? It's got leaves on it, and the leaves are growing. It's growing. It's a fresh start, right? His money is growing, right? Or whatever he's planted is growing in the Seven of Pentacles, and it's growing on the Ace of Wands too, right? So Spirit is telling you exactly what I just not said about pouring into the kids and growing the positivity within the family line, and that will help you break the curse by being intuitive. Not only by being intuitive, but if you look at the high priestess, we always talk about the high priest being intuitive, but we never talk about how the high priest is balanced. You see, you got one black pillar on one side and one white pillar on the other side. That's a symbol of balance, right? Not only is it a symbol of balance, right? But the high priestess, she has a book in her lap, right? She has a book of knowledge in her lap, right? She got a book of knowledge in her lap, and behind her, she got a thing with flowers growing, and she got the quarter moon at her feet, right? So this card, and she got the horns on her head with the moon in the middle of it, right? With the cross in the middle of her body. And I was just talking about with Leo about how the body is split into a cross, how the body is the negative side, the left side is the negative side, the right side the positive side, the upper part is the heavens, and the lower part is the hell, right? And that's crazy because she got the cross right in the middle of her body, which is the same thing I was just talking to Leo about. So the reading is saying exactly what I was just telling you about being positive and putting positive energy into the family line, and protecting your own positive energy from energy vampires, from people who are draining your energy. So that's what you got to do to break the pattern, and that's what you got to do to break the karmic cycle, the generational curse, is to be the one to be more positive in your family line, so that your family to come, right, or the generations to come will come with more optimism, more positivity, and more blessings and things happening in their life for the good versus for the bad, versus our ancestors who they liked to party and drink, and they never really made anything of themselves because they spent a lot of their time drinking and partying and cussing and fighting and arguing and just toxic shit. So yeah, you gotta protect the family bloodline and protect your energy and kill the cycle, end the cycle by being positive. So that's what we got for you, Virgo. Yeah, that's what we got. So if the reading resonates, hit the like button. If the reading doesn't resonate, then don't take it with you. Leave it for somebody else. All right. I appreciate you being here, for subscribing and for viewing the videos. Thank you very much. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day. Libra. What's good, Libra? Libra, we're going to get into your reading today. Libra, what we're going to do is we're going to find out what karmic pattern is on your path, what you need to remove the karmic, to break the karmic cycle. And we're going to find out what generational curse is tied to your karmic cycle and the path the cycle that you need to break. Yeah. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to clear the energy first. And like I told other signs, Libra, let me clear the energy first. So I'm going to tell you like I told other signs, Libra. When you reincarnate into this life, You reincarnate. You reincarnated into this life with energy from your past life, right? And when you reincarnated, you brought that vibration into a family with the same vibration. So when we reincarnate into a family that has the same vibration as we have, and that's why we're able to reincarnate into that family. So let's say, for instance, if your vibration is high from a past life, you can't reincarnate into a low vibration family. So the task is to raise the vibration so that you can break the karmic cycle and break the generational curse. So we're going to find out. We're going to go to Spirit and ask Spirit what karmic pattern is in your life and what generational curse you need to break and how to break them. Okay. Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm. Papa Legba. Papa Legba, remove the barrier to the spirit realm so I can speak to the infinite spirit of Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, lords of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite spirit of Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, lords of my highest and greatest good. Protect us as we channel this energy, this past life energy, and protect us as we channel the karmic generational curses of Libra. Protect us from all negative energies, evil entities, dark forces, dark energies, spells, hexes, curses, evil eye, anything negative that may affect us and that is not of our highest and greatest good. Archangel Michael, protect us and watch over us. Thank you. All right, Libra, let's see what spirits want to tell us. Ancestors, spirits, archangels, spirit guides, ancestors, Rishas. Show us what we need to see for Libra and tell us what Libra karmic patterns are so that Libra can break the karmic patterns and break the generational curse. Thank you, spirits. All right, Libra, let's see what we got for you, Libra. Spirits, give us one card to show us Libra's karmic pattern and generational curse. Give us two. Spirits, show us the karmic path or pattern. Give us one card for the karmic pattern and generational curse. What do Libra need to break? What karmic cycle or karmic pattern and generational curse do Libra need to break? All right, Libra. Oh, we got two. I can't take my ass for one. I need one. Spirits, give us one, Spirit. Give us only one. If I keep getting two, that means Spirit is trying to give us two. You have two patterns that needs to be broken. Spirits. Yep. I just said Spirit gave us two. Spirits gave us two again. All right. You are spiritually and physically blocked. So the karmic cycle that you're facing is being spiritually blocked. Seems like every time you take 2 steps forward, you're taking 3 steps backwards. Or you take 1 step forward, you're taking 3 steps backwards. It seems like nothing is going good. Every time you try to do something, it goes, you end up going backwards, right? That's a pattern, a karmic pattern. And trust and believe that it's easy to break once you are aware of it, right? It's like, okay, you can make only a certain amount of money. You could be doing good in your life, but you want to break the ceiling, right? You want to break the glass ceiling, but you can only go so far. It's like as soon as you get there and you're about to go over the top of that ceiling, you end up going back down. It's like you keep getting stuck wherever you're at in life, right? In the pattern. That's a pattern. The second card says, get rest, your energy is low and needs recharging. So you could be stuck in a pattern of always work, and not getting enough rest and not recharging your energy. You're always on the go, you're always moving, you're always doing something, and you're never having time or finding time for yourself to be able to recharge. That's a pattern. And it could lead to sickness. So that's why it's a karmic pattern. It's a karmic pattern because anytime you're going, and you're not recharging and getting your rest, proper rest, and you working, it becomes a problem to your health. So it's a karmic pattern, right? Of being blocked, and maybe that's why and it's crazy because what I'm saying goes hand in hand, because if you're always constantly working, and you're not taking time to rest and recharge, constantly running on the go, doing this, doing that, then that'll block you too, right? That'll block you because in order for your energy to flow freely, right, and not be blocked, you have to do grounding work, and you have to do work that allows you to heal. You have to heal, right? So if you're not healing, you're not going through a constant phase of inner healing, then that will spiritually and physically block you, right? So your karmic cycle consists of always on the go, always running, doing this, doing that, and not charging up, and not breaking the pattern of being blocked. So being blocked is the negative pattern. And maybe your family was like that. Maybe that's where you get it from too. Your family could have been a family that everybody always worked. Everybody worked hard, work. Nobody never really took time to heal and to overcome any blockages or obstacles, because they was always on the go, always going, traveling, always doing this, doing that, and not healing. You gotta heal. You gotta heal and get rest and recharge your energy and things like that, because it can cause sickness, right? So you could have people in your family that was a lot stressed too, because it causes a lot of stress. When you're constantly going, puts a lot of stress on the body, not healing the body, which create blockages. And those blockages can come in any kind of way, because sometimes physical blockages are blockages in the arteries, right? Physical blockages can be blockages in the arteries, or it can be blockages to tangible things, financial issues. Let's just say, for instance, like I said, you're trying to break the glass ceiling, and you could be at, let's say you're making $150,000 a year, right? But you want to make $250,000 a year, but you get stuck at the 150,000, or you come down to 130, and you can't never get to the 250,000 or the 200,000. It's like you're at a standstill here, right? So that could be a physical block. Or like I said, it could be blockages in the arteries, blockages in the heart, blockages in your veins. You could have clogged veins, or somebody in your family could have died from blockages, heart disease. A lot of family members have blockages and artery diseases and stuff like that, because blockages occur in many different ways in the physical realm. So that's why getting rest is important to prevent blockages, because a lot of times stress causes a lot of blockages, because people stress and then they start eating stuff they shouldn't eat or whatever, or even just the stress in itself, because high cortisol levels also can cause a lot of problems within the body. All right, so spirits, we're gonna get into the tarot now, and we're gonna see what tarot gives us about these blockages and these spiritual blockages, or this, I would say, this karmic pattern that you're stuck in, and this generational curse. Spiritually being blocked means that we talked about I spoke on the physical blockages, but the spiritual blockages are when you're always trying to manifest something and your manifestations are not coming true, right? So you're sending up prayers and you're always praying for this or you're praying for that, and or either you're doing candle work or whatever type of work or something that you're doing, and it seems like it's not working. It never works. Like you've been doing this for years and years and years and years and years. Nothing ever works. It's like, damn, like what the hell is going on? And then you stop doing it because you feel like you're not getting anywhere. But that could be the spiritual block, because your energy is not flowing like it should in order for the manifestations to come true, to come to you, right? To come true and to come to you. So getting rest and recuperating and regenerating your energy and grounding work and stuff like that will help your spiritual manifestations as well as your physical body. All right, so spirits, show us what we need to see for Libra in these patterns. What do Libra need to do to break these patterns in this generational curse? And so, like I said, and I'm going to say it again, the generational curse could be people in your family. A lot of people in your family is sick, or a lot of people in your family, or not, not a whole lot, but, people in the family, they all die from the same thing, from physical blockages, arteries and stuff like that, and bad hearts and, stuff like that. That could be the generational curse, or either it could be a spiritual block that's in the family, other family members who seem to get stuck and can't go above the glass ceiling or whatever, break the glass ceiling or however they say it. So that spiritual, that could be a generational curse also as well, right? All right, spirits, show us what we need to see for Libra. Give us 3 cards, Spirit, to show us what Libra needs to do in order to break this karmic cycle, this karmic pattern, and this generational curse. Thank you, spirits. Give us 3 cards, spirits. Thank you, spirit. 2 more. All right. So the first card we got out is Archangel Michael. Balance. Balance. Getting rest is what creates body balance within the body. Eating the right foods and getting rest, right? It creates balance. And that's crazy that this card came out for rest, getting rest and recharging and things like that, because that's exactly what temperance is being balanced. And even like they say, prime example, eating a balanced meal, right? Balance is important in everything that we do. I don't care if it's in a relationship. I don't care if it's in work. I don't care what it is. You have to create a balance, right? And in your situation, creating a balance between work life, home life, family life, and getting rest and things like that is very important. We use certain tools for that. Like prime example, you got 24 hours in a day. You got a 24-inch ruler. You measure your time wisely. You measure your time wisely. 8 hours for this and 8 hours for that and 8 hours for that. And that way you create balance within your life instead of working 10, 20, 10, 15, 10, 12, 14-hour days, 6 days a week. You're not getting enough rest. And then when you're off, you're still working around the house, or you're going somewhere doing something, or you with family members, or you with friends and y'all hanging out and you're really tired, but you still want to hang out because, you told them you would, and you got to find rest and have time for yourself, because this is a karmic cycle that you're caught up in. So it needs to be broken. So yeah, you got the temperance card that came out for the getting rest, right? And it also applies to spiritually and physically being blocked, right? Spiritually and physically being blocked, because as I said before, that if you're balanced and you start getting rest and you start to focus on the things that are important, right? You can clear blockages and obstacles once your energy start flowing the way it needs to be flowing, right? Okay, so then we got Temperance card that came out, and then we got the Two of Swords, right? The Two of Swords represents making a decision, being stuck at a fork in the road, right? And it's crazy because I was just saying that you stuck at a glass ceiling, being stuck at the glass ceiling and can't make more than whatever, right? And if you look at it, she's blindfolded and she got two swords, so it's two paths that she can go on, right? But she's because two represents duality, right? You got left and right, you got negative, positive, you got, everything has an opposite to it, right? But she's blindfolded, right? And she's sitting there with both of the swords and she can't see, but she's got to make a decision. But the decision is a hard one because she can't see, so she feels like she's kind of stuck in making a decision, right? But that's where spirits gave us 4 cards. I actually asked for 3, but we got 4, so I'm gonna take them because I didn't look at them earlier. But you also have the Queen of Swords, right? And the Strength card. So the Queen of Swords is one who takes action, but in an intelligent and very direct way, right? Direct. The Queen of Swords is one, and the Decision card and the Queen of Swords card coming out at the same time, swords, right? So Libra, you being an air sign, Queen of Swords is your card, right? You being an air sign, a lot of times with air signs, the mind just keeps going. You lay down, you try to go to sleep, your mind just thinking. You already thinking about what you want to do when you wake up. You already think about tomorrow, what you got to do, right? You're thinking about everything you did today, and then you're thinking about what you got to do tomorrow. And in the morning, when you get up and you clean yourself up and get breakfast and all of that or whatever, if you eat breakfast or whatever, you already on the go. Boom, you gone, right? You gone. You're going to do this, you're going to do that, because that's how air moves fast. Air is something. The wind when it blows fast. Look at how fast it get up to 200, 300 miles per hour. Even faster than that, hurricanes and stuff like that. The wind, right? So air is something that moves fast. But the Queen of Swords coming out with the Two of Swords means that you got to make the decision in order to break the karmic cycle by making a decision that, okay, I'm gonna start managing my time wisely. The Queen of Swords, she manages her time wisely. And she gets the proper rest, and she does the things that's necessary in order for her to maintain queen status, right? So this decision that you got to make in order for you to break this karmic cycle is going to have to be, you're going to have to be strong with yourself, because in a lot of situations, we could be weak with ourselves, with the decisions that we make. We could say we're going to do something and then we go back on it, right? Or I'm gonna do this tomorrow, and then tomorrow come, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it the next day. That's why they say never put off for tomorrow what you can do today. So being strict, and that's another thing about the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is a queen who's strict. She's strict, direct, straight to the point. She don't play no games, and she speak the truth, right? So, and we have to be truthful with ourselves. In any given situation, we have to be truthful with ourselves, and we have to set goals and things for ourselves that we know that we can achieve and accomplish, right? Even, sometimes we have high expectations, and our expectations for others be so high, but we need to have high expectations for ourselves also as well. And that's where being physically and spiritually, mentally, because mental is spiritual, and spiritual and physically balanced, right? Emotionally, spiritually, and physically balanced. But in your situation, it says spiritually, and physically, right? Being balanced will, by getting the proper rest, will help you break this karmic cycle, and being strong and having strength about, what you tell yourself you're gonna do. All right, spirits, give us one more card to show us how to break this generational curse. You got the World card that popped out. That's another card of balance. The world card is a card of balance, and what a lot of readers don't touch on is the world card is a part of balance too. It shows balance too, also as well, because you have the world, which is a circle. Then you got the north, you got the north, the east, the south, the west. Right? It's like a compass. Right? You got four. You got four. You got two heads at the top, two heads at the bottom. Right? Four creates a stability. It creates stability. The number four creates stability, right? Stability can't be created if stability can't create it on three. You need four in order for a structure to be stable. You can't have three corners of a building and then stable, but the fourth corner is not stable of the building. The building will collapse, right? Okay, so in this situation, if you just look at the cards, right? You look at the world card, right? In the world card, she's standing on one foot and it looks like the Two of Pentacles, right? It's kind of similar to the Two of Pentacles. If you look at the Two of Pentacles, you'll see on the Two of Pentacles, he's on one foot and he's got the figure eight with the two pentacles inside of the figure eight, and he's balancing those two pentacles inside of the figure eight. It's the same thing here on the world card. She's standing on one foot, right? She's standing on one foot and she got two rods in her hand and she's balancing both of those rods. So it's a card of balance also as well. Symbolism is very important. And understanding symbolism and knowing what you're looking at and knowing how to discern what the symbols are saying, right? Creating balance, right? Creating balance, and it also represents the beginning of a new cycle, the ending of an old cycle, also as well. So, in order for you to overcome the generational curse and break the karmic cycle, what you need to do is focus on allowing your energy to freely flow by getting the proper rest and not being always on the go, because your ancestors could have also suffered from the same situations of having heart disease and things like that, that you could possibly suffer from. We're not going to talk that up on you because I don't want nothing like that to happen to you, because I'm trying to help you break the karmic cycle and to not be physically blocked. But if you look back at a lot of your family members and you say, well, damn, you know what? Auntie such, she had blockages. And then such, her son, he has a lot of blockages and artery problems and heart problems. And then, damn, my grandmama, she had heart problems and whatever. Physical ailment from blockages in the body, right? And also spiritual blockages that can create physical blockages, right? So yeah, I would suggest, and if you look at also the four people in the corners, or what the four symbols in the corner, you got Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus, Aries. So you got fire, water, earth, and you got air, right? Fire, water, earth, and air. Everything in the center represents spirit, right? So, because spirit, the circle is infinite. God is infinite, right? God is infinite. God doesn't have a shape or a form. God is in everything and in everywhere, right? Great is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Is energy. God is energy. So when we come to understand how the spirit within inside of man controls the fire, water, earth, and the air, right? Then you understand why getting the proper rest, because your body is a vessel. Your body is a vessel for the Holy Spirit, for God to dwell within. But in order for God to properly operate within inside of your body, you need to be balanced. You need to be physically and spiritually balanced. That's why you see people who work out and people who go to the gym and things like that, who are conscious people. They consciously work out with the intent to strengthen the body, the mind, and the spirit all at once, right? So the spiritual, they take time for the spiritual body, they take time for the physical body, right? And they take time for the emotional body, right? Which is the love and all of that, right? Well-rounded, being balanced. So this is a toxic pattern for you. It's always running, and not taking time to rest and to build your energy in order to balance your energy, in order to not have blockages and things like that in your life. So that's what we got for you, Libra. I hope the reading resonates. I hope you understand where I'm going at with the reading, as far as in the elements and things like that, because it's very important that you understand, the spiritual essence of it in order for you to overcome obstacles and blockages and things like that. It's really a deep process. And it's not as hard as a lot of people try to make it be. It's not that hard. It's really simple, but it all boils down to being balanced. Being balanced physically, emotionally, and spiritually. But spiritually is mentally, because the mind is the spirit. That's why even Paul said in the Bible, it says we all have the mind of Christ. The mind is the spirit. And so once we learn to balance those things, then that's how we break the karmic cycle and break generational patterns and generational curses. So yeah, just look back at your family and, see which ones in your family had problems with blockages and arteries and all of those type of things. And the ones that never really sat down and got rest and it was always on the go, running. Pay attention to it, because it tells you what's been going on and what pattern that needs to be broken. All right, Libra, that's what we got for you. I hope you enjoyed the reading. Hit the like button if the reading resonated. If the reading doesn't resonate, then you already know. Don't take it with you. Leave it for somebody else. And have a great day, and I appreciate you for being here. Peace. Scorpio, what's happening, Scorpio? Scorpio, I hope you're having a great day today. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All right, so we're going to get into your read. Your read is going to be about the generational curses and toxic karmic patterns that you have to overcome in this lifetime. So we're going to find out, we're going to talk to spirit, we're going to find out what the karmic pattern is and what the generational curse is and how to break them. All right, and as I told every other sign, right, when you reincarnate into this life, you bring energy from a past life. So if you come from a past life with a low vibration, your vibration is low, you're not gonna reincarnate into a family with a high vibration. When you reincarnate into a family, you reincarnate into a family that has the same identical vibration that you have energetically before you can reincarnate into that family, right? So let's say, for instance, reincarnated into a family, and that family is very toxic and karmic, and nobody like each other, and they always talking behind each other back and doing shit to each other or whatever. Or, that's the vibration that you brought into this world. So it actually ties in with the generational curse. Yeah. All right, so we're going to get to it. Let me put this phone on vibrate. We're going to clean the energy. I'm going to clean your energy first. Clear the energy. Clean the space. All right. Spirit guides, Papa Legba, thank you, Papa Legba. Papa Legba, numileo. Papa Legba, my pama se sa kuzi amele. Y'all don't know nothing about that. That's Creole, that's Haitian. Papa Legba. All right, Papa Legba. Open the road to the spirit realm, Papa Legba, so we can visit so that we can speak to the infinite spirit, the Orishas, archangels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, laws of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite spirits, Orishas, archangels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, guardian angels, laws of my highest and greatest good. I call on you and I ask you to help us channel these messages, to give Scorpio accurate messages, and to protect us. Keep us safe from all hurt, harm, and danger. Protect us and keep us safe from all negative energy, evil entities, dark forces, as we channel this past life karmic energy And as we channel this generational curse energy, protect us from our enemies, protect us from anything that does not serve our greatest and highest good. So mote it be. Thank you, Archangel Michael. All right. So, Scorpio, what I get is that one of the things that you must overcome is dealing with change, because Scorpio is a sign of change, death, always change. But I'm going to let spirits talk to us and let spirits tell us through the cards what we need to see. All right. Spirit guides, ancestral spirits, show Scorpio in one card that's two spirits. You gave us two. Give us one, spirit. Spirits, give us one card for Scorpio to show Scorpio. All right, Scorpio, this is what we got for you. Past life karmic enemies in your family. You must break the generational curses to defeat your enemies so you won't reincarnate with them again. And I just told you that and I just said in the beginning that people in the family, you could reincarnate into a family where nobody like each other, everybody arguing and bickering with each other. There's always a fight. It's always, yeah. It came down in the card. Exactly what I was saying. Past life karmic enemies in your family. So this is the generational curse and a toxic karmic pattern. The pattern is getting caught up in betrayal and things like that in association with enemies, right? Family enemies. All right. Spirit guides, ancestral spirits of our highest and greatest good. Show us in the tarot what Scorpio needs to do to overcome these karmic enemies in their family, to break this karmic cycle and to break the generational curse. What should Scorpio do, spirits? Scorpio, your energy is kind of heavy, Scorpio. You need to cleanse your energy. Your energy is really heavy. I feel it in the cards. I can't even shuffle the cards right. Your energy is heavy. It's something that you're going through right now, emotionally. Something you need to deal with. Spiritually, you're going through something too. I feel like right now, Scorpio, you're stuck. The cards feel stuck. I can't even push them in. The cards feel stuck. You got stuck energy around you, Scorpio. Yeah, your life is stuck right now. It's something you got to do to get yourself from being unstuck. Spirit guides, show Scorpio what they need to see in order to move forward in breaking this karmic cycle, breaking these karmic patterns and generational curse. Show Scorpio what they need to know in order to break the curse. Thank you, Spirit. The first one that jumped out at me, I saw the sun in the Ten of Cups, right? But the first one that jumped out at me and what you need to do, Six of Swords. Move away from toxicity. Move away from the karmic energies in your family. Anybody in your family that you know is in the Ten of Cups is a family on the card. It's the card of happiness. The Sun card is the sun of happiness. So what you have to learn to do is to be more happy, move away from the karmic energies so that you can obtain more happiness by not being emotionally attached to anything that causes you mental anguish, mental stagnation, or anything pertaining to anger or anything like that. So you got to move away from that energy, right? So let's say, for instance, I got a cousin in my family, and I know that this cousin of mine, every time I talk to them on the phone, we get in an argument. So now what I start doing is avoiding my cousin. Not because I don't love my cousin, but because I know that my cousin is going to drain my energy and it's going to make me mad and piss me off, and I'm going to cuss my cousin out, and we're going to be arguing back and forth, and it's going to be a problem. I had to do that. I had an uncle that I would talk to, and when I called him and talked to him and shit, he want to argue, or if I go over there to see him and shit, he got his differences and I got my differences, and we got our different belief systems or whatever, and I'll be talking to him about something, he get mad and start screaming and talking loud and da 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 and shit, and I'm like, man, fuck you, and I haul ass, and I ain't never seen him no more since then, and that been about 4-5 years ago, about 5-6 years ago, as a matter of fact, and that's my uncle, and I love him because he's my blood, but I could love his ass from a distance. I got the fuck from around him, and he cancer, so he's a cancer, so he really emotional, so I motherfucker got the hell away from him. I'm like, no, I don't need that shit right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, we couldn't even talk about nothing. Like, I talked to him about anything, he'd go to, like, man, you crazy, dude. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, dude, with all that. You know what I'm saying? So I just fucking got away from him. That's what you got to do. I don't care who it is. If it's somebody who upsets your peace, you got to learn to move the fuck away from them. You got to get away from them. It could be family or no family. But yeah, that's how you handle that, and you maintain your peace and sanity, and maintain your happiness, because that's what's important, is that you maintain your peace, your sanity, and your happiness. You can't let a motherfucker cause you to be mad and angry and shit, because sometimes some people so fucked up that they be mad and angry. They wake up in the morning, they mad and angry and shit, and they don't even know what the fuck they mad and angry about. Hey, what the fuck are you mad? You just woke up and you mad? Woke up mad? You had a bad dream or some shit and you wake up mad and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, so some people you just can't, you just got to fucking get from around them. And you, cause they'll have you mad and you be sitting around mad at them motherfucker, and bitches be asking you, people be asking you like, what's wrong with you, man? You all right? Yeah, I'm all right. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, he mad for no reason. Like, what the fuck is he mad about? You don't even know why you mad. You like, why the fuck am I mad? You know what I'm saying? But that's because other people project their energy onto you. So you gotta learn to get the fuck from around people, man. When they don't vibrate on the energy you vibrate on, you on peace and they on some bullshit, man, let them have that bullshit. I don't give a fuck. It could be my daddy, my mama, my auntie, my cousin, it could be anybody who upset my motherfucking peace. I'm getting the fuck from around them. That's what you gotta do to break this generational curse, is to get from around the people who are not vibrating on the same level that you vibrating on. Now, if you like arguing and you like being in some bullshit and all of that, then okay, stay in that shit then. Stay around them then. And that's what you like to do. But you're not going to raise your vibration and your energy like that in order to break no karmic patterns and no generational curse. You know, to each his own. But me, personally, I get the hell away from them, boy. They'll tell you, my family will tell you about me, boy. I don't give a fuck about that family shit. I give a fuck about how you treat me. That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about that blood shit. Cause that shit, people can be your blood and be your family and your family, and they be karmic enemies in your family. I care about how you treat me and how you respect me. Because if I respect you and I treat you good, I respect for you to respect me and treat me good too. Like, if you can't respect me, you can't respect what I believe or you know how I do shit, and you don't motherfucking honor me like I'm honor you, I ain't gotta be fucked up with you. I don't care who you is. Shit, I get the hell from around you. And that's what you have to do, you know, in order to maintain your peace, your sanity, and in order to not only maintain your peace and your sanity, but to also follow your purpose. You know, you got a purpose. We all have a purpose here. Most people, they don't understand what their purpose is. They don't know what their purpose is, you know? And so They get caught up in they get caught up in the bullshit lifestyle of wanting validation, or wanting people to see them from what more than what they is, and it's just a whole bunch of facade bullshit, and people get caught up into things and not following their purpose. Our purpose, we all come here with a purpose, right? Breaking these karmic cycles and generating good karma so that we don't have to come back with the same bullshit ass karma, negative karma, bad karma that we had in a past life, so that we won't have to repeat it over again and come back in a new life with bullshit karma. That's the goal. The goal is to fucking elevate higher spiritually, because we're in the Aquarian age, and electromagnetic forces and everything is changing within the earth. Man's hemoglobin grid is changing. A lot of people don't even understand that the mind frame of every human being on the face of the planet in the Aquarian age is shifting. It's shifting right now. The bartholin gland. I won't even get into all of that. I won't even get into that because it's too deep. But everything is shifting. The hemoglobin is shifting. Your blood have an energy grid in it, right? Your blood has an energy grid in it, and it's a part of the energy that you bring into this life through reincarnation, right? But it's a lot, and a lot of people don't even understand that. But you got to protect your energy. You got to protect your energy, and not only do you have to protect your energy, but you have to protect your peace. All right, so the food. The food, right? The food serves many different purposes, right? Because the food is zero. The card number is 0. Starting over again, right? Starting over again and starting over fresh and taking a leap of faith and trusting in the universe and trusting God, right? A part of being able to go on a journey and to get away from people who are karmics and get away from negative energies and enemies and all of that, right, requires you to be able to trust in the universe or God or what we call God or whatever, and to put your faith in taking a leap. To put your faith in taking a leap, and starting a new chapter, starting all over again. Some of us, that's what we have to do. We have to start all over again. I've started over many different times before in my life because I'm a survivor. I've gone through a lot. I've survived a lot. And I'm thankful that God has given me the strength to be able to have the mind frame that I have in order to survive a lot of the bullshit that people tried to throw at me or tried to do to me or whatever, even family, right? And I'm talking about this and I'm putting myself in it because I want you to understand, Scorpio, that you're not the only person that has past life karmic enemies in their family. I have them too, and I have gone through it with them too. And there's many other people out here, and a lot of them won't confess that, or they won't say that because they want everybody on the outside looking in and think that they got a perfect family. But we all have somebody in our family who's a piece of shit, or who do us dirty and do us wrong and shit. But you got to know when to step the fuck away from them. You got to know when to step away from them, and you got to know when a motherfucker don't mean you no good, and if they don't care nothing about you and they don't really love you like they say they do, then I don't care who it is, man. You have to protect yourself from that, because otherwise you're going to find yourself in bad situations. People, they lie on you. They do all type of shit to you in order to sabotage you or to destroy you. But the only ones who can destroy you are the closest ones to you. And who are they? It's always family. Because we tell them all of our secrets. We tell them things. And we trust them with our precious, valuable secrets, or our valuable knowledge and information. I'm starting a business. And I'm about to do this and I'm about to do that. And we telling them every fucking thing. And they sitting there. You don't know they hating on you. They sitting there, okay. But they telling themselves that shit ain't gonna work. And then they go and they whisper to your auntie and your uncle and your cousins and all of them. Oh, you heard what he doing? Oh, that boy, he such. Or that girl, she such. It's the shit they do. So you have to protect yourself from it. If you want happiness, if you want full happiness, and if you want the sun to shine in your life, you better start learning how to pay attention to the people around you and read the energy of the room. When you walk in the motherfucking room, you can feel the energy in it. When motherfuckers talking about you and shit, everybody start getting quiet and shit. Like, oh, y'all loud as a motherfucker before I came in there. Bitch, now I come in here, now y'all starting to get quiet and shit. Like, what? Oh, y'all talking about me. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to peep shit and know what's going on around you and shit. Motherfuckers come around you, even your own family, and they walk past you. What's up, cuz? What's up, nephew? What's up? And they be gone. Pew. Oh, but one time it was, what's up, nephew? What's up, cuz? What's up, What's up? Da, 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 and embracing you and shit. You know what I'm saying? When they felt like they could get something out of you, or they felt like they could use you or whatever. But when you get to the point where a motherfucker can't use you no more, you know, and you start standing on boundaries and shit and standing on business, and you tell the motherfucker, man, I ain't got it. Motherfucker go to asking you for shit, calling you, man, I need the bar, I ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? And they realize they can't, oh, he done caught on. That nigga done caught on. He ain't finna let me get nothing. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker, she done caught on. Like, when they realize you can't motherfucker, they can't use you no more, then you start seeing how the envy and the jealousy and the hatred and all that shit really start coming out. You start really seeing them for who they really are, you know? So this is important that you move away from it, man. Move away from it in any kind of way you can. Trust God, trust the universe, trust the archangels, ancestors, that they will help you get away from the toxic environments, because this is what you have to do in order to break this karmic cycle, this karmic pattern, and this generational curse. So that's what I got for you, Scorpio, and I hope the reading resonates. If the reading resonates, hit the like button. If it doesn't, then you already know what to do. Leave it for somebody else. And hey, if you're not a subscriber, subscribe. I would appreciate it. And I appreciate you all for being here. Have a great day. Peace. Sagittarius, what's happening, Sag? What's good? What's good? Yo, Sag, we're gonna get it in, right? So what we're doing is wait a minute. First, let me clear the energy, because I just did Scorpio, so I need to clear the energy. All right, so Sag, I'm gonna tell you like I told every other sign, right? When you reincarnate into this life, right? When you come into this life, you reincarnate, you bring energy from a past life into this life, right? You bring energy from a past life into this life. So if your energy is low vibration in the past life, you can only reincarnate into a family that has low vibration energy. If your energy is high vibration from a past life, then you'll vibrate into you'll not vibrate, but you'll reincarnate into a family that has high energy, right? So let's just say, for instance, we're going to use this for an example. You see a lot of kids, they're born rich, right? They're born into families that are already wealthy, families that are rich. It's because their energy level was high before they came into this world. So they came into, because in order to generate a lot of wealth or be born into wealth, your energy level has to be high, because money carries a currency to it, a current of energy. That's why it's called currency, right? So if your vibration is low from a past life, then you'll reincarnate into a family that's poor, or a family that struggles throughout life, right? So that's why it's important to raise your vibration in this life, so that when you come back again into another life, that's if you're not already high vibrational, and let's say, for instance, you don't have to come back for whatever reason, you've already completed the cycle of the zodiac, right? Because when you're born into the world, each one of us have to complete all 12 signs of the zodiac through reincarnation phase. It's called dispensations, right? So reincarnation is important to understand, and the energy that it carries with it in this life, because it also determines the generational curses of the family that you're born into, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to find out what the generational pattern, the karmic pattern that you have in your life, and what you got to do to break it, to break the karmic cycle, to break the karmic pattern, and what the generational curse is, and what you got to do to break the generational curse. All right, so Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm. Papa Legba, remove the barrier to the spirit realm so that I can speak to the Orishas, Archangels, infinite spirit, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, guardian angels, laws of my highest and greatest good, spirit guides. Thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite spirit, Orishas, Archangels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, laws of my highest and greatest good, archangels. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I ask that you protect me from all negative energies, protect the collective from all negative energies, evil spells, hexes, curses, anything hindrance, anything blocking our receiving the message, any negative, evil, demonic forces, any evil eye, anything that is not for our greatest and highest good. Thank you. Thank you, Papa Leg. Thank you, ancestors, archangels, spirit guides. Thank you. And thank you, Papa Leg, for opening the road. All right, let's go. Spirit, show us, give us one card, Spirit, to show us what Sagittarius karmic cycle or karmic energy is connected to their patterns. Voodoo. Voodoo, Sagittarius. Voodoo, you have to be careful with voodoo. This card is a card of voodoo. It said, do not eat from people. So you could have been poisoned in a past life. And in this life, you came into this life to overcome voodoo, to overcome spells, hexes, and curses. And you could have found yourself getting involved with spell work or people who do spell work, and maybe that fascinates you, but your faith is wavering. Your faith is wavering when it comes to that because you really don't have a belief in things that you can't tangibly touch. You believe in God or something, or I'm picking up somebody who believes in, and this is not for everybody. This is not for everybody. So please don't take this as a overall message for everybody, because it's not for everybody. It's only for the person that it resonates with. But I'm picking up a Sagittarius that really doesn't have a belief system when it comes to spirituality. You are a Sagittarius who basically lives day for day. And so not really having a belief in it, you feel like it don't work. And so since you feel like it don't work, that's why you've been defeated in past lives with voodoo. So in this life, you have to be careful when it comes to people around you with voodoo, or people who you trust. You think you trust them or know them, but you have to be careful because they're the ones who will put spells on you, is the people closest to you. So that's part of your karmic pattern, is the path of voodoo. Not truly understanding it and not truly believing that it works. So to overcome it, you're going to have to understand how it works, and you're going to have to understand how to protect yourself from it. I'm picking up on somebody who has been having a lot of trouble in their life because of voodoo. right? Because of somebody, either you did some work, either you went to somebody to get some work done and they turned around and did something to you, or either somebody else did something to you. But we're going to see what spirits tell us with the tarot. Maybe, and I'm picking up too, maybe you tried to learn how to get it off of you and you maybe have done something that could have made it worse. And for somebody, your family has been heavy in voodoo for years and you not really knew that they were into voodoo like that, but they get it from their ancestors who got it from their ancestors and so forth. That's because the karmic pattern is a part of the generational curse. Spirit guides, ancestor spirits of our highest and greatest good, show us what we need to see for Sagittarius and this karmic path of voodoo. Spirit guides, give us 3 cards showing Sagittarius what they must do in order to overcome voodoo in their life, or voodoo from people that has done things to them and their family bloodline. You got the King of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the Empress. King of Pentacles, High Priestess, and Empress. Now, let's get to the meat of this. Because the High Priestess is also a magician. That's why she's a high priest. All high priests know magic. Empresses know magic. The Empress is also a magician, because the Empress encompasses the High Priestess. See, in order to become an Empress, you not only have to be a queen who has gone through the stages through all the stages of a queen, but also understand the spiritual rights that each queen bears, right? Because each queen bears a secret and a sacred knowledge that was passed down to her from the ages, right? Queens and kings don't become kings and queens just because they rely on everybody else when it comes to their spiritual knowledge. Kings and queens have to learn the spiritual path in order to know how to protect their kingdom and their queendom, right? So the Empress has, if you look at the card, she has a wand in her hand. She has a wand in her hand, right? The wand is a symbol of the magician. It's a rod, right? It's a staff. In ancient times, in the Egyptians, they called it the staff of Hermes. They believed that the staff had power and energy in it that could destroy their enemies, right? The staff of Hermes. All you got to do is do some research on it. The staff of Hermes, right? The High Priestess, she has the quarter moon at her feet, and she sits between light and darkness. One of the pillars is dark, and one of the pillars is light, right? So this is not only a card of intuition, but it's also a card of magic. Polarity, darkness and light. She sits in the middle, and on her head she has the horns of Hathor. Hathor was the Egyptian cow goddess, right? She has the horn of Hathor on her head, but she also has It's deep, boy. It's deep. For people who don't understand this and don't notice these things, they wouldn't understand the inner workings of the spiritual world when it comes to symbolism. Because every symbol has an energy attached to it. That's just like every sign has an energy attached to it, right? So the Empress having a rod in her hand, and the High Priestess has the book in her hand, right? The scrolls are in the High Priestess' hand, which means that she's obtained the spiritual knowledge, right? She's obtained the spiritual knowledge in order to be the High Priestess. But when you elevate, you get the rod, not the book. When you elevate from the book or the scrolls, then you receive the rod as a form of initiation into the sacred mysteries of the higher degrees, right? So, and if you notice that the Empress has the crown on her head, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. A crown of 12 stars is on her head. And if you go to Revelation 12, I think it is, Revelation 12, let me find it. It says, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Let me go to it. Revelation 12. I think it's 12. Revelation. Oh no, let me just type it in. Crown of 12 stars on her head. Revelation. Revelation 12. It says 12:1. A woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head appeared as a great sign in heaven. The Empress. She is the counterpart to the Emperor, right? But she also is a magician. And a lot of people don't talk about that because, for one, either they don't know, or either two, it's something so sacred about the Empress and her role in the spiritual realm. That's why they put her in the 12th chapter of Revelation, right? Because the Empress gives birth to everything, right? And most people who understands the sacred arts and the sacred rites of the higher degrees, they understand that you can't have a feminine without a masculine, and you can't have a masculine without a feminine, right? And so if you look at the symbol, right, on this heart that's on the side of her, that's the symbol of androgynous, right? Masculine and feminine together, right? So she, as the Empress, gained power and knowledge of masculine and feminine, darkness and light, and negative and positive, because she is the High Priestess. So in order for you to overcome this karmic cycle and this karmic pattern and generational curse, right, you have to become the High Priestess, right? Not only be intuitive, but to learn the arts, sacred science of the spiritual realm in order to protect yourself from voodoo, not only voodoo, but any form of magic, right? Any form of magic, because you have to elevate to the High Priestess. This is the path that Spirit is putting you on to gain a high degree of knowledge, because if not, you're going to keep repeating cycles. Every time you come back into this life, it's going to always be the same thing with you coming back into this life with people using magic and voodoo on you. The King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles is stable, right? He represents stability. But the King of Pentacles also has a rod in his hand, in his right hand. He has a rod in his right hand, and the Empress has the rod in her right hand. Right? So if you go to the book of Esther in the Bible, King Ahasuerus, right? King Ahasuerus was sitting on his throne, and Esther she wanted to approach him, right? And he had the scepter, which is the rod, in his hand, and he was in the middle of talking, and he had the rod in his hand, and he saw Esther standing on the side of the curve. And so when he got finished talking, he summoned her over, and she came over, and when she came to him, she touched the top of his rod and the top of his crown. Right? I'm going to give it to you like that. I can't give you too much of that because that's going into something else. But when she did that, she received something, right? She received something. So it goes like this, right? But she received something that was sacred. And so when she did it, King Ahasuerus, he invited her in to become his queen, right? Because he understood that the only way this woman could be this knowledgeable in the spiritual rights to put her hand on the top of my scepter, which represents the phallus. She put her hand on the top of it, and then on the crown, he knew she had been initiated into the sacred arts and sciences. A queen can't become a king unless she's been initiated into certain spiritual rights that she could understand him as a king, because that's the only way you can understand the king is to be initiated into his mysteries, right? The mysteries of the sacred arts and sciences that he's been initiated into. But there's a court for women, right? So Spirit is telling you that this is what you have to do to overcome this path of spiritual defeat. And it's a karmic one. And being that it's karmic and it's generational, your family could have been defeated for many years or many lifetimes with the sacred art. This card has not come out for anybody else but you, Sag. And it's crazy because these are a lot of cards. These are a lot of cards. For that to come out of all the cards, the Spirit is telling you that you got to, and also with the two highest degree cards, right? Well, actually three highest degree cards here. Spirit is telling you that your path is a difficult path because it encompasses spiritual knowledge. And anytime you are on the path of spiritual knowledge, it's heavy. And it's deep, right? So your belief system has to change. So, and the thing about it is, when your belief system change and you begin to see things for what they truly are instead of the illusions that they have put in front of us all these years, then everything opens up. It's like Moses parted the Red Sea. Everything opens up for you. Your whole life, everything opens up for you. And then you begin to elevate on a higher level of consciousness. Spirit, give us one card to show us. Give us one last card to show us what Sagittarius must do in order to break this generational curse. Thank you, spirits. The fool. The fool. The fool is one who goes in. The fool is the zero card. The fool, zero represents God because God is infinite, right? There is no beginning and no end to the deity. There is no beginning and no end to the all-seeing, the all-knowing, the most infinite, the absolute, omnipotent, and omnipresent. If you look up the word absolute, they said God is absolute. If you look up the word absolute, that means without beginning and without end. If you look up the word omniscience, then you'll find out that that is all powerful. And if you look up the word omnipotent and omnipresent, then that means that it's everywhere and in everything. So the fool approaches his journey as a fool, right? As a baby, as a child. So Spirit is telling you that the way you're going to have to overcome this karmic cycle is to be like a child again, right? It's to be like a child, like a fool that don't know nothing, and to strip yourself of everything that you thought you knew and tear down everything that you thought you knew and rebuild yourself all back over with the right knowledge, sacred knowledge that could preserve generations, your generations of your bloodline. That could preserve generations of your bloodline, and that could destroy all generational curses and all karmic cycles in your path, in your life, and in your bloodline. You have to face this path, face this sacred knowledge like a fool. You have to be ready to take the leap of faith, not knowing anything. And it's profound, and it's a beautiful thing. I've went through stages of learning. I've gone through stages of learning. I've been a Muslim. I joined Islam. I've joined Buddhism. I've joined the Native American Indian religion, Wankantanka. I've been in Freemasonry. I was a Masonic lecturer, right? I was a Christian. I've been into I studied with the Rosicrucian Society, Rose Crocs. I've been into degree work. I've done a lot of knowledge. I've done a lot of studying for years, right? And it took me to study all of those things to understand the spiritual path that God had put me on in order for me to be at the level that I'm at today, in order to be here giving you this knowledge, right? In order for me to be here, because I know that I have to give back. So this is my way of giving back. But when I first started learning, I was a hard down Christian, and you couldn't tell me nothing. If you wasn't talking about Jesus, you couldn't tell me nothing. If you wasn't talking about, I was a hard down Christian. And it took me a long time. And I started when I was like 19, 20, 21. And the thing about it is I was in the streets and I was wild as hell, but I still was craving knowledge. I was craving knowledge, and then something happened in my life that shifted me. I went through changes and it shifted me, and then I began to pick up books and start studying, and I couldn't put them down. And I was so eager to learn the knowledge and so eager to obtain the information in order because I wanted to see my life elevate. I wanted to elevate. I wanted to see my life get better. And throughout the years, and anybody who know me know this, anybody who has been around me for years, they will tell you this is the God and honest truth. As a matter of fact, I've done all type of spiritual work for years, learning the knowledge in order to get the knowledge, so that and as a matter of fact, here is a picture of me right here in the Masonic Lodge as a Freemason, right? And for years, me and the Grand Master, for years I studied everything that I possibly could in order to gain knowledge, in order to gain power. Because I understood that the power was in the spiritual knowledge, and it wasn't in the physical, tangible things that we see here today. So I started gaining this knowledge, but I had to approach it like a fool, somebody who didn't know anything. And that's why I'm able to do what I do today, and able to let spirit guide me and assist me, you know, and able to open up channels that I never thought that I would be able to open up. But God is good. Great is he that is in me than he that is in the world. So I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you a little bit about myself so that you can understand that in order to obtain this degree of knowledge and this degree of sacred science, right, which is what spirit is saying here, that you have to do in order to overcome your spiritual enemies, right? These spiritual enemies, in order for you to overcome them, you're going to have to denounce everything you know, and you're going to have to step into this realm of spirituality totally different. And you're going to have to approach it just like somebody who's a fool that don't know anything. So this is what you got, Sag. This is what I got for you. It's clear. You got a strong spiritual path that God is taking you on, and it's going to be shifts and changes in your life. But the only way that you maintain and become great is the spiritual knowledge. All right, Sag, that's what I got for you. I hope the reading resonates. If the reading doesn't resonate, then you already know, don't hit the like or whatever. But if the reading resonates, hit the like button, and look back at your family too, right? Look back at your family and look at the people that has gone before you, and look at what type of patterns they had in their life and things that they would do that would link them to voodoo. Whether it was burning candles in the house, whether it was lighting incense in the house, whether it was doing certain things that you saw your parents or grandparents do. And that'll show you what the pattern was and what the pattern is, and where the generational curse came in, and how you could break it. It's through you learning the knowledge to be able to break it. All right, Sag, that's what I got for you. Have a great day, and I appreciate you all for being here. If you're not a subscriber, then please, sorry about that, Sag. The camera cut off. But like I was saying, if you're a subscriber, then please, if you're a subscriber, appreciate you for being here. If you're not a subscriber, then please subscribe. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Peace. Capricorn, what's up, Capricorn? Capricorn, we're going to get it in, Capricorn. We're going to, first of all, let me do this. Let me clear this energy, right? We're going to clear this energy. I'm going to clear this energy. All right, Capricorn, we're going to clear this energy, and we're going to start with karmic patterns, generational curse. So what we're going to do, Capricorn, is we're going to summon spirit to show us what the karmic path, with the karmic patterns in your life and the generational curse that you have to break, right? So we need to see what generational curse you need to break and karmic pattern you need to break. All right. Papa leg by, open the road to the spirit realm. Papa leg by, remove the barrier to the spirit realm so that I can speak to the ancestors, archangels, spirit guides, lords, and orishas. Thank you, Papa leg by. Infinite spirit, orishas, archangels, spirit guides, ancestors, spirits. Protect us, protect me as I channel the messages for Capricorn. Protect Capricorn and protect us all from evil spells, hexes, curses, negative energies, evil vibrations, dark entities, dark forces, road blockages, obstacles, anything that does not serve our highest and greatest good. Protect us from our enemies and keep us safe from all hurt, harm, and danger. Archangel Michael, protect us and watch over us. So mote it be. Thank you, Spirit. All right, Capricorn. Let's get into it. All right, Capricorn. We're gonna cut these cards, and we're gonna get one oracle card, Capricorn. One oracle is gonna tell us what the karmic pattern and generational curse is. Spirit guys, give us. That was fast. It's two. I don't want two. Spirits, I need one card. Spirit, give us one card. Spirit. Give us one card to show us what Capricorn's karmic patterns are and generational curse. too many, spirits. That's too many. It was one card, spirit. It was one card, spirit. Thank you, spirit. Capricorn. I asked what the karmic cycle was, what the karmic pattern was, which is a cycle. And it says, you are stuck in a cycle. There are things that you need to change. You need to do shadow work to get out of this karmic cycle. So that's the toxic pattern right there. Being stuck in a cycle and repeating cycles over and over and over and over again. So, as I was telling every other sign, Capricorn, is that when you're born into the world, you're born into the world with energy that you bring from a past life, right? You bring karma from a past life into this life, but that karma has a vibration to it. So if you were vibrating in a past life on a low level, you're not going to reincarnate into a family that is high energy, that's high vibration. So if you was low vibration, you can't reincarnate into a family of high vibration. You have to reincarnate into a family of low vibration if you were low vibration in the past life. If you were high vibration in the past life, then you'll reincarnate into a family with high vibration in this lifetime, right? So being stuck in a karmic cycle is a low vibration, because people who are high vibrational people, they break karmic cycles because they immediately see the patterns and they begin to work to break those patterns, right? The energy outgrows the spaces that they are in. So they constantly moving forward, constantly building momentum in their manifestations and everything that they do in their life, right? That's why high vibrational people are the ones that become very wealthy, and they are on the level of, and it's not just about the wealth, because I've seen some demonic motherfuckers get wealthy too, but it's not always about the wealth, but it's about knowing how to attract, right? And your energy have to be at a certain level in order to attract. And that's attract anything, not just wealth, but attract good spirits, good energy, attract good people around you, attract love in your life. Your energy has to be at a certain level in order to attract these things, to manifest these things. Because if you manifest from a low vibration, then you bring in low vibrational things, right? So you have to have a high vibration energy. So being stuck in a karmic cycle is your pattern, and this pattern needs to be broken. And so we're going to talk to spirit, and we're going to see what spirit tells us you need to do in order to break this karmic pattern and this generational curse. Spirit guides, ancestral spirits of my highest and greatest good, archangels, show us what we need to see. Orishas, show us what we need to see to help Capricorn break a karmic cycle. What do Capricorn need to do in order to break this karmic cycle, toxic karmic pattern, and generational curse? All right, spirits, give us 3 cards, spirit. What do Capricorn need to do? It's too many cards, spirit. It's too many cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's too many. All right. Spirits, give us 3 cards, spirits. Show us what Capricorn needs to do to break the cycle. Spirits. All right. We got 2. Bearing the burden and creating a balance. Right? Shadow work. Shadow work requires you to go through a dark night of the soul. Right? This card says to do shadow work. You need to do a lot of shadow work. So doing a lot of shadow work is going to bring you to the Ten of Wands, right? It's going to bring you to the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands is carrying a heavy burden, but the Ten of Wands can also be the dark night of the soul, right? Because when you go through the Ten of Wands, the 10 is the end, though. The 10 is always an ending. It's the end of something, right? So the Ten of Wands, dark night of the soul. And then once you come out of that dark night of the soul, then you learn to balance your energy, right? You balance your energy. What I want to say too is, I said balance energy. And if you look at this card, this infinity, this 8, right? This eight loop, which is infinity. There's no beginning and no end. And then he has 2 pentacles, right? But those pentacles are gold. Gold is the color of the spirit. Gold is always the color of the spirit, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, he's balancing, but he's balancing his energy. He's balancing energy. And remember, money and coins carry currency, right? Pennies have currency and everything has a current to it. But money has a different type of currency, like silver, like prime example, silver, quarters, dimes, nickels, and then you got pennies, right? Copper, right? Copper carries a certain energy to it, and the silver, the metal, carries a certain type of energy to it too, right? So coins represents energy, right? He's balancing energy when looking at it from that perspective, right? So it's not just money that he's balancing. He's balancing energy, right? So you have to learn to balance your energy. And that will happen once you go through the dark night of the soul and do the shadow work and start healing yourself. Spirits, give us one more to show us what Capricorn needs to do. That's crazy. The four pentacles came. Well, that's too many cards. That's too many cards, Spirit. That's too many cards. But that's crazy because 2 of Pentacles and 4 Pentacles. And I was just talking about energy. And the 4 Pentacles, he got 1 on his head, 1 on his chest, and 2 at his feet. Like he's protecting the energy. Right? All right, spirits. And that's what you got to do. Coming out of the dark night of the soul, you learn to protect your energy. All right, spirits. Give us one card to show us what Capricorn needs to do. Yep. You got the Hierophant, right? The Hierophant is a religious leader, but the Hierophant can also be God in certain situations and circumstances, or it could be a higher institution in certain readings, right? So it could be God in certain readings. It could be a higher institution in certain readings, and it could be marriage in certain readings, or it could be the Pope, right? Religious leader. So he got what they call a triple tall cross in his hand, right? The triple tall cross is 3 crosses. We call them the 3 weeping willows. The 3 weeping willows were the 3 Marys at the cross, right? So he got 3 crosses in his hand, and he got 3 crosses on his ephod, right? We call them on his robe, right? He got 3 crosses there, and he got 3 on the rod that he's holding in his hand. That's 6, right? 3 times 3 is 9, but 3s and 6s, 3, 6, 9s, right? So the symbolism in it, and he got the cross keys at the bottom of his feet, right? And there's also 2 more crosses at the bottom that I didn't see, and he got 2 men there. So Spirit is telling you that in order for you to go through this dark night of the soul and to be able to learn to balance, is you're going to have to call on the deity. You're going to have to call on God, and you're going to have to submit to God. You're going to have to submit to God because um, the pattern is a pattern of being stuck in a cycle, and only God can get you out of this cycle, right? Um, this cycle is emotional suppression, right? It could have you emotionally suppressed, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because anytime you carry a heavy burden, right, and you go through a dark night of the soul, it suppresses your emotions, right? It lays a heavy burden on you. And when you have a heavy burden on you, when you're stuck in a karmic cycle and you keep repeating the same cycle over and 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 over again, I've seen people that wanted to not even be here anymore, and they wanted to die because they were stuck in karmic cycles for so long. You look at some people, man, and you could just see it in them. They look like they just done. They just I don't even want they don't I don't even really want to talk about it, but they don't even want to be here, a lot of them anymore, because of the burdens that they've had to carry because they've been stuck in karmic cycles from being poor or whatever the karmic cycle was, and they didn't know how to get out of it. A lot of people have turned to drugs and things like that, and just a lot of different things that people turn to for being stuck in cycles. And so it's a heavy burden, right? But the only one who can get you out of this burden is the highest power, God, right? God is the only one who can help you overcome the obstacles and the burdens and get you out of a karmic cycle, right? So this karmic cycle, being stuck in this karmic cycle, being attached to the generational curse, is you could have looked back. If you look back, you could have seen some of your family members all doing the same shit over and 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 over again. Like prime example, you look back and you think about grandparents. If you've seen them constantly do something, right? If let's say you've seen your grandma and your granddad always fight, right? And then let's say for instance, well, no, I won't even say that. I'll make it even simpler, right? Your mom, because you was right there in the house with her, so you was able to see everything. Let's say you saw your mother had 2 or 3 different boyfriends throughout your lifetime. She was with this dude for 10 years, with that dude there for 5 years or 10 years or whatever, but it was always arguments and fights in the house, right? Or she was with your daddy for however long, and then they were fighting and arguing in the house. That's a karmic pattern. That's a generational curse that could have came from her mother, which could have came from her great grandmother or great grandfather or whatever, right? Because it could come from the male line, the patriarch line, or the matriarch line, right? But see, in the ancient times, the matriarch was always considered to be the head of the household. It wasn't until things changed when they broke the Bible and things like that they said that the patriarch was the head of the household. But in certain countries, it was always and back then in the ancient times, it was always the woman, because she was the one who gave life, right? So she was the leader because she was the one. It was women who had tribes, right? She was the one. That's why they said God is a woman, right? And so, if you look back and you see a pattern, this is heavy, man. It's heavy, man. And I've been doing these readings, man, all day, man. I've been having to stop and come back to it because it's heavy. The information is heavy. The energy is heavy. So if you look back at your family, you could have seen, you might see some patterns wherein family members were stuck in karmic cycles, or they still doing the same thing they was doing 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and they stuck. For example, you could have a few cousins or uncles or nephews or whatever that's in the streets, and they've been hustling since fucking 20 years and they still ain't made no money in the streets, and they still in the streets trying to hustle. That's a prime example of being stuck in a karmic cycle. Same thing. They still making the same $300, $400, $500 they was making 10, 20 years ago, and flipping that and flipping $500 here, flipping $500 there, $1,000 here, partying, hanging out, and spending money, and still flipping the same 1,000, or buying 2-3 ounces or whatever to flip the money. Same shit. That's a karmic cycle, right? And so that karmic cycle have to be broken, right? So whatever your karmic cycle is, because Spirit is not telling us here what the karmic cycle is. Spirit are just saying that you're in a karmic cycle. So Spirit has left it. Spirit has hid it from us what the karmic cycle is. Spirits are just saying you are in a karmic cycle. There are things that you need to change. You need to do shadow work to get out of this karmic cycle. So spirits are saying you know what karmic cycle that you're in and you have to break it. So Spirit, give us one card, Spirit, to show us how will Capricorn break this karmic cycle. Besides, well, I can't say that because Spirit already made it clear that God is the only one who can help you break this karmic cycle. So, spirits, what is the karmic cycle, spirits? What is the karmic cycle? There's too many cards. Spirits, give us one card to show us what the karmic cycle is. If water come out, it's an emotional karmic cycle. So it deals with anger and emotions. If an earth card come out, then it deals with something tangible or either stability, right? If an air sign come out, then it's a mental karmic cycle that you're stuck in. You stay in your head, or you can't, you're having mental problems, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean you're crazy or anything. I'm just saying, when I say mental problems, it could be something like overthinking, or it could be something like anxiety. It could be something like, something that affects the mind through nervous system or whatever, right? If something come out, so we got water, we got if something come out fire, then it could be something pertaining to your sexual nature, or having too much passion or whatever. So whatever card come out, then it'll give us an idea of what your karmic cycle is and what's attached to the generational curse. So Spirit, show us what karmic cycle Capricorn is stuck in. Spirits, show us what karmic cycle Capricorn is stuck in. Spirits. Pentacles. Stability, something with stability. You got the Eight of Pentacles working, right? So it could be something, some karmic cycle that you're stuck in that affects your stability, that affects your work, that affects your money. It could be maybe you could spend a lot of money. Maybe you spend too much money when you shouldn't, right? Maybe you gamble, right? Because you got Pentacles. Right? Maybe you gamble, and maybe your grandfather used to be a big gambler, or maybe your dad used to be a big gambler, or or your dad was a guy that spent a lot of money, like to go out and party and spend money on a lot of women and whatever the case may be. Excuse me. Doesn't necessarily have to be that. I'm using that as an example. So it's something that affects your stability. Right? Something that affects your stability. So what you've got to do is you've got to narrow down what the karmic cycle is and the generational curse based on something tangible, earthly. So that's the karmic cycle for you and the generational curse. So just look at your family and look back. And if you see that, damn, my dad, he changed from job to job, and he was always changing jobs. He never had any stability really in his life. Okay, so our problem in my family is holding on to money. It's generating a lot of money, holding on to money. So then that means that if that's the karmic cycle and the generational curse, the karmic pattern for you, because you do the same thing, it's karmic pattern for you, and it's a generational curse that needs to be broken. Then what you have to do is you have to learn how to heal your finances. So you got to do shadow work in order to heal the finances, right? If that's the only problem you have is with money, then you need to heal your finances. So you'll have to go within and start learning how to budget your money, learning how to budget. Okay, I need to budget on this. I need to not spend on this right here. If I don't need it, I don't need to spend it. Okay, I ain't hanging out tonight. I'm not going nowhere, or I'm not going to be eating in all these restaurants. Fuck it, I'm going to buy some food and cook or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You start learning how to budget your money. That'll start helping you heal your finances, because the universe is not going to give you more than you're worthy for. Right? So if you're a person that like to blow money, money is energy. So if you like to blow money and spend money on anything and everything, then and the money is not coming back to you, when you learn the value of the money, and you learn, okay, I'm going to be cautious about who I give my money to, because if I give my money to this person, I'm giving my energy away, because that's what money is. It's currency. That's why it's called currency, because it has a current going through it. It's energy. So now, okay, this person calling me talking about they need some money. Okay, I ain't got no motherfucking money. Like, because you got a problem with money. So if I give you my money, then I take on your problems. I take on your money problems. Okay, so no, I'm not finna take on your energy of having money problems, because I'm giving you my money, because I know that you don't value money. So if I give you my motherfucking money, you're not gonna value my money either. So then I'm telling the universe that I don't value my money, because I gave it to somebody else who don't value it. You get what I'm saying? So that could be your karmic pattern, right? Because Spirit is saying that it's something that's tangible. So and it's crazy, because you got the Two of Pentacles here, and you got the Ace of Pentacles here, and you had the Four of Pentacles that came out, but it was too many cards, and I put it back. So a lot of Pentacles keep coming out in your card, and Pentacles is a sign of Capricorn, which is an earth sign. So it's something earthly. That's a karmic cycle for you. You got to break it. And it's a generational curse. So that's what I got for you, Capricorn. I hope the reading resonated, and I hope you like the reading. If the reading resonated, hit the like button. And if you're not a subscriber, I would appreciate if you subscribe. I thank you very much for being here. And if the reading don't resonate, don't take it with you. Leave it for somebody else. Every reading is not for everybody. But you'll know if it's for you, because you'll feel it and you'll be like, God damn, boy. You know, it is what it is. But all right, y'all have a great day, and be blessed. Peace. Aquarius, what's up, Aquarius? What's good, Aquarius? Aquaman, we're going to get it in today, right? We're going to see, I'm going to tell you like I told every other sign, right? This reading, let me clear the energy. I always do that. Let me. I like to clear the energy first, because you never know when spirit beings are around you, and whether or not they're malevolent, or if they are spirits of light. So when malevolent spirits, they don't like the bell. Demonic forces and evil entities, they don't like that bell, and they don't like this rattler. They can't stand it. So I do that to make sure that the space is consecrated before I talk, because this is a message for you all, not them, right? You have monitoring spirits and all type of spirits around you that people send to you and everything else to try and track you. So, and try to know what you got going on. So I make sure I clear the energy, and more especially after every read, right? When doing all signs readings. So today, Aqua, what we're gonna do is we're gonna consult the spirits and ask the spirits to show us what the karmic pattern is in your life, and what the generational curse is in your life, so that we can work on breaking those cycles, breaking those patterns. You'll know what you need to do in order to break the pattern, and you'll know what you need to do in order to break the generational curse. So we're going to start out with an oracle card. And like I told every other sign, that when you reincarnate into this life, you bring an energy with you, right? The energy that you bring with you is past life energy, but it could be high vibration or low vibration. But when you reincarnate into this life, the energy that you bring with you, when you reincarnate, you have to reincarnate into a family that has the same energy as you, right? if you are low vibration, or you, let's say you high vibration, you can't reincarnate into a family that's low vibration. If you low vibration, you can't reincarnate into a family that's high vibration, right? So you come into a family with the same energy field as yourself. So whatever toxic patterns and karma that you brought with you, you bring it into this new family that when you come into this new life, and that generational curse that's on that bloodline, you inherit. So, and it comes from, it's attached to the karma that you brought with you into this life, right? So we need to find out what the karmic pattern is and the generational curse and what you got to do to break it. All right. Papa leg by, open the road to the spirit realm, Papa leg by. Remove the barrier to the spirit realm, Papa leg by, so that I could speak to the infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, laws of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa leg by. Infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, spirit guides, ancestor spirits of our highest and greatest good, laws of our highest and greatest good. Show us what we need to see in the cards to help Aquarius, so that we can help Aquarius, so that we can show Aquarius what their karmic pattern is that they need to break, and what the generational curse is that they need to break in their life, in their family. So more to be. Thank you, spirits. Thank you. Archangel Michael, protect us from all evil spells, hexes, curses, negative energies. Protect us all from any evil forces, dark entities, Orishas, Loas, ancestors. Protect us. Protect us from evil eye. Protect us from our enemies. Protect us from anything that does not serve our greatest and highest good. So more to be. All right, Spirit, show us what we need to see for Aquarius. Man, I'm tired. This reading, this was a hell of a reading, man, because doing 12 signs and channeling that energy is a lot of channeling. A lot of channeling, a lot of channeling, and just a lot of heavy energy, because it's karmic energy. Channeling karmic energy and channeling past life energy is heavy, you know. So it's drained. It's got me drained, but I'm tired. I gotta ground myself. Yeah. All right, Spirit, show us what we need to see. But it's my job, so I got to do it. Somebody got to do it. All right, Spirit, show us. Give us one card to show Aquarius. You got to stand up for yourself and stop being too soft. You are too soft and people are taking advantage of you. Stand up for yourself. Aquarius, you got to learn to set boundaries with people, man. I know you want to see the good in people and shit like that, man, but you got to set boundaries, man. And it's mostly with the people that you think love you. It's with the people that you think love you. Yeah, you got to stand up for yourself, man, because motherfuckers don't like me, boy. Cause I tell them what I feel, how I feel. They don't like me, boy. But I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care who don't like me and none of that shit, man. I don't care nothing about that. All I care about, you respect me. You know what I'm saying? You can talk that shit over there, but you ain't gonna say that shit in my face, or you ain't gonna confront me with it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't be caring about none of that shit. But man, you gotta stand up for yourself, you know, and you gotta stop being soft with people, man, because they'll take advantage of you. But that could be linked to your linked to the generational curse. Maybe you come from a family of people that was trying to be people pleasers, you know, always want to try to please people and, you know, help people and shit like that. Yeah, it's one thing to want to help people, but it's another thing to try to always please people, because you can't never please a motherfucker, man. If they ain't pleasing themselves, how the hell you gonna please them? You know what I'm saying? Like, these motherfuckers wake up every day. They wake up every day and be miserable and don't try to do nothing to try to make their misery go away. So how the hell you gonna make them happy? You know what I mean? If a person can't make themselves happy, then you can't bring happiness to them. You can't help them be happy. So you got to learn to let people be who they are, and you got to leave motherfuckers out there in the cold sometime, you know, and shit, man, it is what it is, you know. But when I was younger, I used to be like that too. Shit, I was like that maybe about 5, 10 years ago. I was trying to be all right with people and be cool with people and shit like that. You know what I mean? Right? And I started realizing, I'm like, why the fuck am I trying to be cool with these motherfuckers and they don't really like me like that for real life, man. You can sense when a bitch don't like you. They'll kiki, what's up, what's up, bro, and what's up, all that old shit, right? But you really know deep down inside when a motherfucker don't like you. You walk off, you can see them looking at the corner of their eyes and shit, like, you know what I'm saying? And you come in the room and they get quiet and shit. Like, okay, oh, y'all motherfuckers, okay, I see how y'all playing, all right, dirty motherfucker. But guess what though? Fuck you. Just keep that shit to yourself. You know what I'm saying? But so what you got to learn to do is motherfucking leave them out in the cold, man. So Spirit, show us what Aquarius need to do to break this karmic pattern. To break this karmic pattern and to give us 2 more, Spirits. Give us 2 more. I thought one flipped over in my hand, but it didn't. Here, show me. Give us 1 more, Spirits. Give us 1 more to show Aquarius. That's 2. Give us 1 more, Spirit. Give us 1 more card. That's 2. We need 1 more, Spirit. What do Aquarius need to do to break this karmic pattern of being too nice to people? That's what they call soft, being soft, trying to be sweet to people and shit. Cut their ass open with that motherfucker sword. Cut them a whole new asshole. Alright, so Spirit say, what you need to do is learn to balance yourself, balance your emotions. You got to learn to balance your emotions. You got the Queen of Cups here, right? The Queen of Cups is a loving queen, but she know how to balance her emotions. She know when to give her energy, her love to people, and when to hold back. So that's the problem, is knowing when to pull back. You know what I'm saying? Because when you always giving, you be too soft. And they see you as being soft. They think you soft. They try you. You know what I mean? Because you're always trying to help them. Always trying to give. Now, you can't be like that. You got to call judgment on them. You got to call judgment on them. And once you call judgment on them, they know not to fucking play with you. And that's what you got to do. You got to start calling judgment on them. You call judgment on them and stand up. When you say something, you do what you say you're going to do. And then they going to see that you ain't motherfucking playing with them. Because that sword up. You see that sword? So Spirit is telling you to call judgment. Start calling judgment on people and start standing in your power as an Aquarius, because Aquarius is the sign of the King of Swords. And the King of Swords, he holding his motherfucking sword up. You know what I mean? The Queen of Swords, she holding her sword up. You know, so and that means she got one hand up and she got the sword up and one hand up, like, okay, come on. She got a hand like this, like, okay, come on. But she got that sword up, like, motherfuckers, don't come too close. Better stay right there, 'cause I'm gonna cut your ass open with the sword. So, and that's how you gotta be with people, right? You can't be trusting people and thinking that they cool with you and try to be friendly with everybody and all that shit. But Aquarius is the sign of being friendly anyway. You know what I mean? That's the zodiac sign of Aquarius, is being friendly. So people they misunderstand Aquarius. They think that because Aquarius is being nice, they think that because Aquarius is being nice to them, they think Aquarius is being soft. And being nice and being soft is 2 different things. You know what I'm saying? But they mistake that for that. You know, being soft is when you with your kids and shit, and you know your kids want some shit out the store, and then you know you don't supposed to get it from them. You don't want them with no candy, but they, Dad, I want this. Dad, Mama, can I get it? Yeah, all right, and you get the candy for them. You know, and you know, damn, I keep getting them this fucking candy. They gonna fucking teeth gonna be falling out. So you know that's being soft. You know what I mean? You're in a relationship and shit, and she say you're a man, and she say, oh, baby, I seen this bag I want this bag. Would you get this bag for me? You know, how much the bag? The bag $4,500. You're like, all right. Yeah, I don't know. Let me think about it. You know what I'm saying? But you deep in your heart, you know, I'm gonna get this bitch that bag. She want that motherfucking bag. I'm gonna get the bag for her. You know what I'm saying? And you get the bag for her. And then 2, 3 days later, she sees some other shit and she, baby, I want that. And you just keep. But she ain't motherfucking adding up to you. You doing this. You constantly doing this. But when you ask her to do some shit, then she got some shit to say. Well, I ain't got time. I gotta go over here. You know I gotta go. Like, hold on. But you want me to keep doing this shit for you. But when I ask you to do some shit, then you gotta give me all these motherfucking excuses. Okay, all right, cool. I see. That's being soft. You know what I'm saying? That's being taken advantage of. You know, you in a relationship with somebody and you always the one who giving, but this motherfucker ain't giving nothing to you. Ain't even giving you the time and the energy. So you have to learn to motherfucking cut bitches off like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the sword come in at. So spirit is telling you that that's your karmic pattern of being too overly given. That's soft, being soft, overly giving and giving of yourself, your time, your energy. You know, you gotta break that pattern. You gotta break that pattern. You gotta break that cycle. But it could come from your generational curse pattern too, because your family could have been cursed like that too. You know, to be, like I say, to give everybody and always be nice to everybody and friendly with everybody, and everybody shitting on them and doing them dirty, and they still, well, you know, you gotta love your neighbors, and you gotta, when they hit you, you turn the other cheek, and then oh, fuck that, they hit me, I'm gonna hit their ass back. You know, and that's how you gotta be. You gotta, you know. But the thing about it is, what I do want to say is that a lot of things that we've been taught, you know, came down to us from slave masters and shit like that, you know, and so we have to that turn the other cheek and all of that. No. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. You know, you have to set boundaries, you know, because if you don't set no boundaries, then everybody gonna run over you. You know, and that's just what it is. You got to set boundary with people. You walk away from somebody, don't go back to that motherfucker, because you're gonna go back and they're gonna do the same. It's gonna be worse when you go back to them. You walk away from a motherfucker, leave them back there. The reason you walked away from them the first time is gonna be the reason you walk away from them again, or it could be even worse the second time. You know what I mean? Giving people second chances and trying to give them chances over and over and over, third, fourth, fifth chance and all that. That's a karmic pattern, a karmic cycle that you need to break, and that's that linked to your generational curse. So spirits, give us one more card to show Aquarius what they need to, how they can overcome this karmic pattern or karmic cycle, spirits. Generational curse, I would say, because we got the pattern. Now we need to know what to do to break the curse. Spirit, show us what Aquarius need to do to break the generational curse. All right, thank you, spirits. All right, Six of Wands. The Six of Wands is a card of stone on their ass. You got the Six of Wands, right? The Six of Wands came out. Spirit is telling you to call judgment. Stand in your truth. Call judgment. Stand in your truth. Wait a minute. Call judgment. Call judgment. Stand in your truth. Set your boundaries and balance your emotions, and you're going to be victorious. You'll overcome the cycle. You'll overcome the karmic pattern. You'll break the generational curse. This is what you have to do. Call judgment. Stand in your truth. Balance your emotions. Right? Which means not overgiving and not undergiving. I give you what you deserve. I give you what you're worth. You know? Because you can't go in the store. You can't go in the store and fucking give them less money for whatever the item costs. Right? No. They're going to charge you exactly what the item is worth. And that's how you have to deal with people. You have to give them exactly what they're worth. So if they only worth 5 minutes of your time, or if they only worth 2-3 minutes of your time, then you only give them 2-3 minutes of your time, because they're not going to give you 10 minutes, or they're not going to give you 15-20 minutes of their time, because every time they calling you, they want something, or every time you calling them, they busy. So once you learn to balance that, and balance your emotions. You know what? I ain't gonna even get mad about that shit. I ain't mad about that shit. Okay, I just know what to do. When you call my phone now, I don't even answer the motherfucker. Okay, cool. I call you when I want to call you. I text you when I want to text you. I'm gonna show you how important I am, motherfucker. You ain't more important to me than I am to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you have to deal with people. And once you start doing that, then what you doing is you breaking the cycle and you breaking the generational curse, because when you start breaking that cycle, now you looking back and you saying to yourself, damn, you know what? Yeah, I saw my grandmother. She used to go in the grocery store and she would be friendly with everybody and she would meet friends and stuff like that. But when they would call her when they needed her, but when she needed them, she couldn't get a penny out of them motherfuckers. Them same people that she became friends with, she couldn't get a penny out of them when she needed them. When she got down and right sick, when she got down and sick and out, none of them motherfuckers ain't come by the house to check on her. None of them ain't come say, do you need a loaf of bread? Or call her and say, you want me to go by the store and get you something and bring you something? They ain't do none of that shit. They were gone. They was nowhere to be found. So since I know that my grandmama had went through that shit with people, now I see and I know what not to go through with people. Okay, I'm gonna break that motherfucking cycle. I'm gonna break that cycle. I give you what you give me. You don't give me shit, I don't give you shit. Just like that. You know what I'm saying? If I see that you're a real true friend to me, and that you by my side when I really need you, then I'm gonna be by your side when you really need me. You know what I mean? It's equal reciprocity. And that's where the balance comes in, that it's equal reciprocity. You know, not let the motherfucker get over on you and think they using you and shit, because they'll go right behind your back and talk to their buddies and their friends and shit. Man, that nigga just da 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 da. He just da 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 da. She just da 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 da. Then next thing you know, now they coming in packs like wolves. You know what I'm saying? They coming like wolves, man, because they done already spread the word that, oh, he's soft or she's soft. You know, so you got to learn to balance that and learn to take charge of your life by not letting people in and out of your life or letting people handle you any kind of way. You know what I mean? So that's what your path is. That's what your pattern is, Aquarius, and you got to deal with it. You got to deal with it and break that pattern, and break that generational curse. So that's what I got for you, Aquarius. I hope the reading resonated. If the reading resonated, hit the like button. If the reading don't resonate, you already know, don't take that shit with you. Don't take it with you. If it ain't meant for you, then leave it for somebody else. If you're a subscriber, I appreciate you for subscribing. If you're not a subscriber, then hit the like button and subscribe, because it's going to be more of this coming. It's a whole lot more coming, you hear me? So I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate my subscribers and everybody who's here watching and viewing. Thank you very much, and y'all have a great day, and be blessed. Peace. Pisces, what's up, Pisces? Pisces, we're going to get you a reading in today. I'm going to clear this energy first, though, Pisces. All right, Pisces, we're going to clear the energy. I'm going to tell you, like I told every other sign, Pisces, today what we're going to do is we're going to do a reading on finding out what your karmic pattern is and what the generational curse is, and how to break both of them, right? So what I want to say is that when you reincarnated into this life, you brought energy with you from a past life. And if you're low vibration, if you're high vibration in one life, you can't reincarnate into a new life in a family that's got low vibration. So when you reincarnate into a family with the same vibrational energy as yourself. So whatever energy level you vibrating off of when you reincarnate into a new life, that's the energy that's the type of family that you reincarnate into. So if you had energy, past life energy of being in a family wherein everybody got along and the energy was a high vibration type of energy, there was real love and real friendships, real love and all of that type of stuff, then when you reincarnate into this life, then you bring that same energy with you, and you reincarnate into a family that's loving and caring, and you meet friends and people that's loving and caring, and and all of that type of stuff. So yeah, that's how that works. But the generational curse can either be linked to the toxic cycle, or it can't be. It just depends on the surrounding things that happens in your life, because a generational curse and a generational pattern is two different things, because a karmic pattern is what you bring into this life, but it also can be linked to the generational curse. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this energy out, and we're gonna see what it is, and then once we find out what it is, we'll find out how to break the cycle or break the pattern and break the curse. All right, so Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm. Papa Legba, open the road to the spirit realm. Remove the barriers, Papa Legba, so that I can speak to the Orishas, infinite spirit, archangels, spirit guides, guardian spirits, ancestor spirits of my highest and greatest good, laws of my highest and greatest good. Thank you, Papa Legba. Infinite spirit, Orishas, archangels, guardian angels, spirit guides, ancestors of my highest and greatest good, laws of my highest and greatest good. I call on you and I ask you to protect us and keep us safe as I channel these messages from past life energies, as I channel the past life curses, the generational curses, and if I and as I channel the energies of Pisces, protect me and protect Pisces, protect my viewers from all negative energies, evil entities, dark forces, demonic forces, anything that does not serve our highest and greatest good. Protect us from evil eye, protect us from anything that does not serve our highest and greatest good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Archangel Michael, watch over us. Thank you. All right, so let's go. Let's see. All right. All right, Pisces. Pisces, if I called you anything other than Pisces, I'm sorry. I'm tired as hell, man. I've been channeling this energy all day. I am drained. I'm drained, boy. There's a lot of energy I've been channeling. I'm drained. All right. But you're the last one, so we're going to get you in. All right, spirit guides, ancestors, archangels, give us one card to show us what Pisces karmic pattern is and generational curse. Give us one card, spirit. That's more than one. I can't take it. All right, give us one card, spirits. Spirits, give us one card. It's too many cards, spirit. Spirit, give us one card, spirit. One card for Pisces. Spirits, give us one card for Pisces. Spirit, one card. And damn, Pisces so secretive. Even spirits don't want to tell me nothing about. We don't want to tell us nothing about Pisces. Yeah, nah. Spirit. I got one that flipped over right there. These came out. I'm gonna put it back though, cause it ain't fair. They ain't come out at one at a time, and then come out by itself. Spirits, give us one card, spirits, to show us Pisces karmic pattern and generational curse. That's the second time two of them that came out, so I'm gonna take these two. All right. Believe in yourself and build confidence. You must believe in yourself and build confidence in order to achieve your dreams. So, Pisces. This is what we got, Pisces. Do you see it? I'm holding it here so you can read it. Pisces, I think that you being a water sign is the reason spirits is saying that this is part of your pattern, right? It's because you're a water sign. This card says, use inner strength to overcome all unhealthy sexual desires. Your sexual desires are clouding your vision and judgment. It is toxic to your spiritual growth. So that's what we have, Pisces. So yeah, I think the unhealthy sexual desires is a part of an addiction, right? It's a part of an addiction. Pisces, even in, let me see something. Hold on one second. Let's see something. I want to see something what my astrology book says, because I know it says Pisces is the sign of addiction, right? Just 1 second. Let's see. But I want to read it because I want you to see it for yourself. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Dangers. Animal ruled by Pisces. Fish. Danger. Pisceans have a high susceptibility to alcohol and drugs. They're also easily drawn into unpredictable situations and to unbalanced people. Right? So they are also easily drawn into unpredictable situations. Unpredictable situations. Unhealthy sexual desires. Right? Dangers. Danger. Piscean. Animals ruled by Pisces. Fish, right? Metal, platinum, flowers, water lily, white poppy, joquiel trees, fig, and willow. Lucky days, Friday, numbers 2 and 6. Magical birthstone, aquamarine, right? And it goes in ruling planet Neptune, ancient god of the sea, right? Okay, mutable sign. Says Pisceans have a high susceptibility to alcohol and drugs. They're also easily drawn into unpredictable situations and unbalanced people. So having a unhealthy sexual desire, an unhealthy sexual desire is being drawn to an unpredictable situation, right? Because if the sexual desire is unhealthy, it's toxic, and it could change at any time and get worse, right? So that's what makes it unpredictable. It's just like alcohol and drugs. Same shit. You can start out taking a shot every day, taking a shot. Then before you know it, you got a bottle. It's unpredictable, right? It's unpredictable. And then before you know it, you got 10 bottles you're drinking a week. You know what I mean? You started out drinking a shot a day, and now you're drinking 10 bottles of alcohol a week. Every time you see, you got a wine bottle or you got a liquor bottle. You know what I'm saying? So it's unpredictable. So this is a part of your toxic pattern. This is a toxic pattern. And as I said before, and I say it again, it won't resonate for everybody, because everybody have different things going on in their lives with different energies, right? You might be a Pisces that's watching this that might be high vibrational, so this won't resonate with you. But if you're a low vibration Pisces and you're watching this, then yeah, it might resonate with you, right? So, and that's just the thing, right? About readings, because it's not like a personal reading where you're right here and I'm reading the cards on you and pulling your energy directly. I'm pulling energy of thousands of people that are watching these videos, right? So this could be anybody, but whoever it resonates with, it will resonate with somebody. They might not say nothing about it, or they might not, acknowledge it, and especially online, because for the simple fact that they're not, Pisces is a sign of secrets anyway, right? So Pisces is the most secretive sign of all the signs, so nobody will admit to having unhealthy sexual desires. That's just not something common that people are gonna say, yeah, this resonate. No, I'm fucking gonna hide that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But they'll know deep down inside and be like, damn, you're right. That card, the spirits was right. Damn, that shit was right. That reading was right. But it is what it is. All right, spirits, show us, guide us, and show us what Pisces need to know in order to overcome this toxic pattern and karmic generational curse. What do Pisces need to do to overcome this toxic pattern? Same cards just came out for Aquarius. All right, you got the Queen of Cups, and you got the Ace of Swords, and you got the Eight of Wands. So the first step, because the Ace of Swords came out first, right? The first step is being truthful with yourself. Spirit is saying, be truthful with yourself. Be truthful with yourself and acknowledge what you need to change in order to overcome it, right? But you had two, because you got one that says believe in yourself and build confidence. You must believe in yourself and build confidence in order to achieve your dreams, right? Okay, so you got unhealthy sexual desires and believing in yourself. Being truthful with yourself will actually relate to both of those, right? Being truthful with yourself is how you build your confidence, right? It's how you build confidence. You have to tell yourself, okay, I know how to do this, but I don't know how to do that. So if I know I don't know how to do that, then I need to learn that, right? And then you learn it, and then your confidence start building, right? Or you tell yourself, I know I shouldn't be fucking with this dude or this girl because every time I fuck with them, I'm always doing some nasty shit. Like, I'm nasty as fuck with this bitch. Like, I gotta stop this shit because I know it's unhealthy because she nasty with you or she nasty with me or whatever, but she probably nasty with everybody she fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Or he might be nasty with you, but he might be nasty with everybody he mess with. And then now you know, before you know it, you got herpes, you got fucking STDs, or you got AIDS, or you got some shit because you and this person is so nasty with each other, right? That now you don't know who this person fucking with when they ain't with you. You know what I'm saying? That's all they do out here nowadays is cheat. Everybody cheating. Everybody motherfucker cheating. Not everybody, but you know what I'm saying. The majority of them are. They ain't real out here no more. It ain't like that no more. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you have to be careful of the shit that you allow yourself to stoop down to. Like me, I'm gonna be honest with you, bitch can't get me like that easy, boy. Ain't that easy, you hear me? But because I know my worth and I know the power that I possess, I just can't be with anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be somebody who really care for me and love me for real, like, because I'm going to see through the bullshit because I'm a reader for one. And I can pick up energy, so they just can't tell me no anything. I ain't that type of person to just let a bitch get me that easy. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not that type of man, you know. I make sure that I have control over myself. But you have to have control over yourself. So if you with somebody that you know is like that, you got to learn to either set, you have to, well, ain't no either. You have to learn to set boundaries with people. Because if you know it's unhealthy for you and you without a rubber or whatever, you bound to get caught up into something. You know what I'm saying? You bound to get caught up into something. You bound to be sick. So you want to tailor that. You want to stop that, or you want to tame that, rather, the word that I was looking for. Is you want to tame that because that is something that's put your life in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? So you got the Ace of Swords, being truthful with yourself. You got the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups, and I keep saying, and I just said it for Aquarius, balancing emotions, right? So anytime you over emotional, right, then you end up finding yourself in unhealthy situations. Because if you got to realize love is an emotion, right? Emotion, energy in motion, right? Energy, emotion, energy in motion. Motion without energy is not emotion. Energy without motion is not emotion. It takes energy to have an emotion, right? It takes energy to put anything in motion. So you have to learn to balance your energy, to control your energy, your chi. That's why the Chinese always say control your chi and master your chi, right? Control your energy to not allow your body lower self to take over with certain urges and desires. You have to be a master of yourself. You have to learn to master yourself. But it first starts with being truthful with yourself and saying, okay, I know I'm weak. I know I'm weak for sex, or I'm weak for drugs, or I'm weak for alcohol. You know what I'm saying? You admit the wrongs first. You can't be in an illusion and shit and seeing things from rose-colored glasses. You know what I'm saying? I know how Pisces is. I was married to a Pisces, and I was with Pisces for over 20-something years. I was with her for over 20-something years, and I was married to her for 7 years. So, and she was a Pisces. You know what I'm saying? So I know how Pisces is, right? So you have to not see things from a rose colored glasses. You have to acknowledge the shit that you need to change and the things that you need to do, and you can't be pointing the finger at everybody else and not putting it on yourself and saying, you know what, yeah, I know I fucked up, or I need to do this, or I need to do that, because this right here is not good, right? But it's a generational pattern too. You know, it's a generational pattern. So you got the eight of wands right here. The eight of wands represents fast movement, right? Fast movement. So spirit is saying, with the eight of wands here, and what you need to do in order to break this pattern is, spirit is saying you need to move fast. You need to move fast. You need to either withdraw and go celibacy for a while, or you need to hurry up when you with this person or with whoever. And no, we can't do that like that. We got to put something on. We got to put some protection on. You know what I'm saying? We got to put some protection on. We can't be doing this like this no more. You got to fucking set the boundary, and you got to speak your truth. You got to speak your truth and set your boundary, and you got to have confidence in yourself that, okay, if this person don't agree with that, then, and they want to fucking go, then fucking go. Cause just like I caught you, motherfucker, I catch another one. That's how you gotta motherfucking think. That's where the confidence come in. Building confidence and believing in yourself. You know what I'm saying? Believe in yourself. And then once you start doing that and setting those boundaries and having confidence that you know you the shit, then your dreams and everything else that you're trying to manifest will come true, because you'll start breaking this cycle, this karmic pattern. You break that pattern, and once you start breaking the pattern, then everything starts falling away that no longer serves you. That's why you have to break the pattern, because you have to get rid of the things that no longer serve you. You know? All right, but you need to start moving fast, right? Spirits, give us one to show us what Pisces need to do to break the generational curse. Spirits. You got the Ten of Swords here that popped out. You got the Ten of Swords here that popped out. So spirits are saying that you're in the process of breaking the generational curse now, because it's coming to the end of a cycle. Your cycle is connected to, your cycle is, your patterns is connected to, yep, Nine of Wands. Ten of Swords, Nine of Wands. Ten of Swords, Nine of Wands. So this generational curse, you could have family members that you wouldn't know, because they're not going to ever tell you that. But if you'll know, if you got family members that have a lot of kids and all of that shit, they got high sex drives. High sex drive. You come from a real big family and stuff like that. You know, and that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, they have unhealthy sexual desires, but it does mean that a lot of people been fucking. That's all they do is fuck. So, you know, that's something that's generational, because, you know, you got cousins way down the line and family members way down the line and stuff like that. It means that, you know, they was having a lot of sex, so they didn't have control over their sexual desires. And so that's something that you have to get control over in order to break the cycle. Because nowadays, the thing about it is, if you have kids, or you got kids and you raising up kids in this society, and if they raised up with unhealthy sexual desires, they're going to be dead before you know it. They turn teenagers, they be fucking with HIV, you know, or AIDS and shit. And I don't wish that on nobody, and I'm praying that don't happen. But that's the world that we live in today. You know, is that it's so easy to catch diseases nowadays, you know, from shit. The girls walk around on fucking on IG and Facebook and everything else, showing their pussy lips and their titties and everything else naked, already naked. Shit, like they ready to go. They ready. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't care nothing about popping that pussy right in your face and all of that nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is if you got boys, man, you have to really raise them up to know have control over themselves because these girls nowadays is different, boy. These young girls nowadays, they different. They different than we were. You know what I'm saying? And to each his own, but that come from the parents not really chastising the kids. They stop chastising the kids, and when they start saying, "Oh, oh, if you hit your child, you're going to fucking jail and DCF and all that stuff," people stop raising the kids like that. So, it's different nowadays, man. So you have to really be careful with what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's something you want to break. You want to break it because you don't want your kids and grandkids and everybody else to get caught up in that shit behind everybody behind you get caught up in what's going on because they too weak for sex. It's one thing to have somebody that you care for, you love and you care for the person and y'all together and you got somebody solid and yeah, we fucking every day. We fucking every day, all day, baby. Not all day because I got a motherfucker work, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You got somebody that you care for. It's like shit. Hey man, like you gonna do what you do. You know what I'm saying? But just jumping bed hopping and shit like that. Nah. When I was young, we were bed hopping. But it wasn't no HIV and none of that shit. It wasn't no AIDS and none of that shit. None of that, man. People wasn't even getting cancer like they get now. You know what I'm saying? But we was young and bed hopping and shit like that. But it was a different time. The time that we in today, you can't do that. You can't be like that. You know what I'm saying? And back then when we was growing up and shit, like females was even they were wearing long dresses and shit still. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, some of them will wear shorts and shit like that and all of that, but shit, they were covered up. They wasn't naked. Shit, nowadays, and the thing about it is I was looking at a post that was on Facebook and they was talking about females were saying that men were overly sexual nowadays, that men are overly sexual nowadays. But shit, every time you look in the fucking Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or some shit, they got females walking around fucking naked. What do you expect for a man to do? How do you expect for a man to react to all of that shit? Like he looking like shit. He got damn, she found her mother, And it's like y'all put that shit. Females are putting that shit right in the nigga face or right in the dude's face like that. Like man, like y'all trying to tempt people. You know what I'm saying? And y'all making men be overly sexual because the shit that y'all doing to make men be overly sexual. And that's why I say you gotta have some control out here because nowadays it's just so rough, man. It's rough. Everything is rough. Like everything is rough. Everything is rough, man. And I don't know, it's like when you go way back to the Bible tell you about fucking I don't forgot who it was that traded his signet ring in Genesis. He traded his signet ring to be with the hooker. So, they've been prostitutes from the beginning of time, shit. So it was all in the Bible, you know what I mean? Prostitutes and shit. Look at Nebuchadnezzar, he had a whole bunch of them. King Solomon had all them concubines. What you think concubines was? Whores. You know what I'm saying? 700 concubines? Man, come on, man. Like, so they've been whores. You know what I mean? And I'm not speaking on all women, but I'm just speaking in general that this is not something that's new. This is something that's been going on forever, but it's more prevalent now, And so you gotta control them sexual desires, man. You gotta. If you don't, be in bad shape. But yeah, so that's what I got for you, Pisces. Pisces. I hope this resonate. If the reading resonate, hit the like button. If the reading don't resonate, you already know. Don't take it with you. Leave it for somebody else. I thank y'all for being here. I appreciate you. If you're not a subscriber, then please subscribe. I would appreciate your subscription, and I appreciate you being here. So y'all have a good night, and I hope y'all watched the game today and had fun. The Super Bowl was the day, so I hope y'all watched the Super Bowl and had fun. But y'all take care of yourself and be blessed. Peace.